This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. The race for Wyoming governor remains a wait-and-see contest as potential candidates hesitate to jump in without knowing what U.S. Representative Harriet Hageman plans to do. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that a combination of the Hageman effect, the earliness of the campaign cycle, and some frontrunners' goals to consolidate under one conservative candidate leaves next year's gubernatorial field with several highly tentative characters.
She's very popular as our lone House delegate there in Congress. So if she declared for governor, the early polling shows she would just run away with it. And so for that reason, Wyoming Secretary of State Chuck Gray and House Speaker Chip Nyman are like, I don't know if I would run for that seat until I know what Harriet Hageman's going to do. Hageman's still tentative, and so are a lot of other people. Not all of them are blaming it on the Hageman effect. Some are just saying, I want to focus on what I'm doing right now, or it's too early. And so we'll just have to watch as that develops.
The two who have declared their candidacy so far are Cheyenne resident Joseph Kibler, who runs a web development and marketing company, and 2022 candidate Brent Bien. Arrest warrants have been issued for the fire chief of Laramie County Fire District No. 1 and his wife for allegedly imprisoning and starving their 13-year-old adopted son. Derek and Angela Middlestead are facing charges of aggravated child abuse and conspiracy to commit aggravated child abuse. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that while the warrants have been issued, the couple had not been arrested as of press time.
The details that are in the court records are really graphic. It talks about a 13-year-old boy that they had adopted that weighed 50 pounds when he ended up in a hospital in Colorado. At first, he was dropped off at a youth detention center in Douglas and gave a fake name and story, and it was uncovered that he was an adopted child of the fire chief and his wife. The boy said that he had been blockaded in his bedroom, had been given one meal a day to eat. People that saw him said he was emaciated, and there was allegations that the boy had this bad behavior, but at the hospital and grandparents are saying that they never witnessed that.
Both the aggravated child abuse and conspiracy to commit aggravated child abuse charges carry potential penalties of 25 years in prison and a $10,000 fine. On Monday, the FBI and ATF were called in to help the Casper Police Department investigate a suspicious package inside the Paradise Valley subdivision on the southwest side of town. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that after a 4-hour investigation, the suspicious package was removed from the neighborhood.
We're not exactly sure where it was placed, but there was a picture of a package that was placed at an intersection. They said that they had got the package into a container and out of the area, so we're still not sure if it was a bomb, a fake bomb. We just don't know.
As of press time, the investigation was still ongoing. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
Cheyenne's Brian Alf Grigorchik had planned a celebratory drink following his once-in-a-lifetime Thunderbird's hometown hero flight to salute everyone who nominated him for the honor and made it all possible. But all he could manage after the flight was a celebratory nap. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean caught up with Grigorchik, who said the flight's 9.4 Gs of gravitational force made him realize just how exhausting it is being a Thunderbird.
They do it to honor people who have really given back to their communities. He has a thing called Thankful Thursdays that he started about 15 years ago, and he's raised more than $3 million for charities with that. It's pretty remarkable. What's really interesting is this idea that we can somehow get people to 9 Gs without passing out. 1 G is what we're at when we're just sitting around right now, traveling on the earth. 2 Gs is double that. 3 Gs is so tough that you can't pick yourself up out of the seat.
Daily.
Life is always good when there are one-of-a-kind stories to tell, and this is one story Grigorchik said he'll never tire of telling. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Derek! Go wash up and grab your sister.
Okay, but first... Where's Grandma?
Hey, Mama. Ma.
I'm worried about Mom.
Mom? She's fine. These the ones, right, Mama?
Yeah, groundlings.
Sweet potatoes.
Sweet potato.
Daddy, it's salty.
Grandma's just getting old. Some things come with age.
And some don't.
Early detection of Alzheimer's can lead to better care for your loved one.
Add 2 eggs.
Learn the early warning signs at 10signs.org.
All right. I'm not into the big fanfare today.
You're putting a moratorium on it?
Yeah, it's just a regular Tuesday. It doesn't need all the. And today on the Cowboy State Daily, we're just gonna ease into a Tuesday without the. Yeah.
I'll ease in. Yeah, that works for me.
All right. What's in the news that you've been watching?
The reporters are really teeing it up for you, Jake. You have no shortage of material. I found the story that caught my eye yesterday was the one about the alleged starving of the teen by the fire chief, allegedly.
Oh, yeah. Which makes me think, what is with the position of fire chief that drives you allegedly mad? Because you probably don't know this, but in Teton County, we've had a revolving door of just WTF fire chiefs.
Oh, yeah. You guys had the guy who ended up in Utah, right?
Ended up, and then one that ended up in Alaska. We just run through them, man.
Oh.
And I don't know if we turn them bad, allegedly, or they were bad when they got here, but we had Stephen Jelly, who was basically run out of upstate New York when he had a similar job. I mean, it just took a one Google search to figure out who you were hiring. Somehow he gets a job in Teton County, and he doesn't make a year here. Well, maybe a year. And everyone that worked for him, almost everyone, didn't like him. He had issue, and out he goes. And somehow, because Alaska has no internet and can't do a Google search, he gets a job up there. And I had a reporter from the newspaper in Anchorage, I think. She's like, "What's with this dude?" And I'm like, "I don't know, man. Have fun writing this story."
Wow.
There's nowhere left on earth where this guy presumably could get a job. He was a fire chief here. And then, yes, the guy who went to Utah who wants to get with minors, allegedly. He's been arrested twice now in this. And then wanted to get with the judge who was going to prosecute him for getting with the minors.
Did get with the judge, allegedly.
Allegedly. Like, is fire chief job stressful or?
Gosh, I imagine it is stressful, but I would also imagine it's coveted. You know, and I don't understand why the background checks. Like, what's the process for hiring some of these guys? And we had a policeman here who was allegedly fired for, I can't remember what it was, sexual abuse maybe, but he got hired here. It's like, are you guys not just making one vital call to the former boss? I mean, don't listen to his references.
Yeah.
Call the source.
Yeah, believe me. I mean, you read my resume, I look like an all-star, but you ask friends and family and you would never hire me.
I know. Yeah. Mine is carefully curated.
Yeah. Believe me, I'm the best guy for this job. Sure you are.
Yeah. Don't call Jimmy Orr.
How do you get, maybe the interview process is related to only fire stuff. Have you ever started a fire? Have you ever been convicted of arson? No. All right. You're in.
I mean, I don't get it because I just think, I mean, there must be a lot of rank and file who want that job.
Yeah. Fire chief. That's important.
Yeah.
But
I imagine stressful, of course. They're probably home, not home a lot. Which allegedly the guy in Laramie County kind of used as his out.
Why would you not be home? What do you mean you're not home a lot? You're not out putting out fires. You're the fire chief.
Yeah, but you've got to oversee. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a fire chief, but I imagine they're spending a lot of nights at the firehouse.
Oh, right. Those guys have to sleep in yeah. Well, a lot of fire departments, they're a volunteer fire. I don't know if anybody is there ready to slide down the flagpole. What do they call that thing? You got to slide down.
My claim to fame is sliding down the pole. I really wanted to be asked to the fireman's ball when I lived in Colorado. And so I worked hard. I campaigned. And I finally had a fireman ask me. And I'm like, that's all I want. And after I did, I'm like, okay, the night's over for me.
Now, Jen, you can be brutally honest with you. During your slide down the pole, during your time on that pole, did you lose any article of clothing?
It all remained on. There was a crowd, and I'm not that kind of girl.
Yeah. Well, I knew that, but that's what I read on your resume anyway. But you never know. I mean,
yeah, just don't call my non-references.
Right. Jen's that'll be our takeaway from this segment. Tuesday, July 29th, Jen Coker declares she's not that kind of girl.
I know. I wonder how many people tune in on Tuesday mornings. They're like, that girl again.
I don't know. I think this is a slow boil to our most popular segment. I mean, we have the Ask Abby, which is highly rated, but I think our meetings twice weekly are becoming, usually twice weekly. Sometimes you're too busy. But yeah, the job, I think the job of fire chief, I think it's doesn't require you to put out fires. You're bossing people. Like, you just go into your desk for a half day and you're like, we got to order more hoses. And the Dalmatian died, so I'm going to go down the shelter and pick a new one. Like, what is a fire chief? Is it a stressful job that causes you to say, and then I'm going to go home and lock up my kid and make sure he stays in the bedroom? What?
Yeah, I think there's a lot more. Those admin positions they're dealing with budgets. They've got all that garbage at the top that you have to deal with, personnel. But locking a kid you adopt and allegedly, it's just kind of, I just hate the idea of being starved. That's like my fear in life.
Ooh. Yeah. And allegedly starved because you're not, it would be wasteful to feed you as if you're not going to exist much longer. The story went to a dark place.
I'll be eager to hear the next chapter on that.
Yeah. I mean, it seemed like we got more info out of the mom who said we should have never got into the adopted kid. Like, we adopted a broken child. I'm paraphrasing her quotes. And I didn't know how to deal with him. I can get that. Like, that's not what we bargained for. Like, we tried to do the right thing and adopt a kid, and he's got so many problems. We don't know how to handle them, so we lock him in the bedroom.
I have so many questions, Jake. Like, how did he end up in Douglas? Did they just drop him? Like, you're on your own? I don't know. Dale, we need more from you.
Yeah, we need more. You're right. That story's, it's
just intriguing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Which is why I think we have this talk show. because you and I read stuff like this and we're like, our questions, we want to just say them out loud, like blurt them out loud on a radio format. Like, what the heck? Yeah, I think it's important, therapeutic anyway, for you and me and our three listeners.
They have to bear it.
Right. Well, they can chime in and provide their feedback. What's going on, Jen, with this guy looks so familiar, the missing guy? God, maybe because I've seen his photo in your stories before, but he just, to me, looks so familiar. We're still, James Galloway is the guy? James Galloway.
He's the guy, yeah. He goes by Bo. And this is, you've seen him because I'm just like relentless on this one. And also because I was on the ground searching for him, I'm going to go back with drones because I it's the question, where are they? And once you get on the ground with the family and see their distress, you're hooked because, you're walking next to him and you know that you can happen upon his remains. And his daughters were just fearless. And yet, you have to remember that this is their loved one, and so it's just really troubling. But and then I just need answers.
It just shows you, I think, when in these cases, something you found because you're real close to it, and you do convey that message to us who read it. It shows you how much of a piece of someone's existence is held in your heart. Like if it's a family member or close, like that person is important to you, that when they're not there, and if it were, here's a suicide message, if that person was suddenly gone, disappeared, or out of your life tomorrow, that takes a part of you away, and that hurts. And so everyone like that we're connected with, and especially if it's a family member, that's a piece of you. And when they're gone, especially when they're gone, like you don't know how or why or where they're gone, is spooky.
Yeah, it's so spooky. And, I see this time and time again where it's not knowing, it's not having that. And I hate this word, closure, but it just lingers. And the generational trauma too. I am working on a story now. I am writing, Jake.
Oh, good.
I'm working on a story now with a missing woman from Sublette County who disappeared in 1963. And her sister, who is now 77, has moved back to Pinedale, where her sister disappeared, and is just desperate for answers all these years later.
Back then, you could, if you had intentions to purposely drop out and disappear, like get away, whatever it is, a marital situation, financial trouble, it was probably easier to just get away. Like you could be living another life. Today, it seems like it's much harder, right?
Yeah. It's like serial killers can operate with impunity to a certain extent. But now I haven't seen a serial killer in a while, and I don't think they're going to. It's just like it's so much harder.
I mean, every serial killer now has to be a over-the-road trucker, because you have to be able to go from state to state to state and have no connection to the murder. And that's the only way you can do it anymore, I think.
Yeah, or a traveling salesman, if they exist anymore.
All right, so Jen has said she lost no clothing sliding down a fireman's pole, and we also have just given tips for the next serial killer. Get a job, get a CDL license, and get a job trucking. It's the only way you can.
We're so helpful, Jake. We really are.
See, we're this little meeting twice weekly is going to take off. I know it's early.
And I have another one for you, and I have another guest for you that you must bring on. I insist.
Is that right?
Yes. It's Judge Paul Phillips here in Campbell County. He is also a very well-known writer, crime writer.
Really?
Yes. And I've known about him for years, and I just finished his last book. And he is fascinating, and his story is fascinating, and you must talk to him.
Oh, my goodness. Isn't that a conflict of interest?
No, it's not. When I first met him, I've been covering this for 5 years,
Yeah.
but when his first book released and I covered it, he wasn't allowed to say his name. So he had to, in my story, I could not identify him publicly. However, he went before the judge ethics. I don't know what those people are, but they said, no, it's okay if you go by your real name. Well, I mean, he's got a pen name. His pen name is James Chandler, but he can identify himself as that pen name, but he can't discuss any of his books in court, obviously.
Yeah. All right. That's interesting. That's a unique. And I need to get him before Wendy finds out and puts him on the roundup.
I know. And John, yeah, you've got to compete. We'll get you hooked up.
Yeah, please. That sounds very interesting. Jen, you run across interesting people in your life. Firemen who want to see you slide down poles, or judges who are authors.
Mm-hmm.
And hopefully you can, I'm still fascinated by these I'm looking at the photos of these searches and people like wading through creeks. Man.
Yeah, that was a bold move. I wasn't expecting that because I was up on the high banks, trudging through this high grass, like gnarled grass, and they were down on trying to walk on the bank, and they gave up and just went in the creek. So that was a bold move, I thought, and a couple of them face planted at some various points.
Yeah,
and there were snakes. Snakes were everywhere.
Okay, whoa, really? Sheridan Police, the family of Bo Galloway, everybody trying to figure out what happened to Bo Galloway, the search, Big Goose Creek. And yeah, Jen was there. Jen writes it up. Good story. Hopefully, the word closure, I know what you mean. Like, it's not adequate word. I don't know.
Very anemic. Yeah. But that's the thing. Where do these people go? And once again, in Wyoming, and I'm not from Wyoming, obviously, and every time I go out for a search in Wyoming, I'm like, holy cow, this is impossible to cover this terrain.
Yeah, and I know, and especially people who are not from the West, they're like, well, how can someone disappear? Well, come out and walk 1 hectare or 1 acre and. People can disappear in a backyard here. Like, it's huge, and it's got sagebrush and
And I mean, you could be standing right on top of them and not know it was that thick.
Yeah.
So I think it definitely bears, because again, this is the last place he was known to be, last place his daughter saw him on this property. His dogs were there, and everybody's just like, he would not have walked off.
Oh, yeah. This is the trailer. Yeah. There's everything you wrote about previously tells me there's no way this guy intentionally left somewhere. Because of the things he left behind, it didn't make sense. These people are either being raptured or taken by aliens. You can't just vanish like that. Huh.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I do remember that. All right, we got to do Greg Johnson. So,
nobody wants to hear Greg.
I know. I'm going to check our ratings for today. This segment was gold.
Yes.
And we're going to become the next section of the Cowboy State Daily Show.
That's my goal.
Early morning. You better get up early if you want to be entertained on this show, because by later, I'm too tired to even put in the effort.
I know.
What do you mean you know? All right. Have a great Tuesday, Jen.
I'll see you, Jake.
Jen Coker on the Cowboy State Daily Show. Let's take a break, get Greg in here.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in Du Bois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean into our everyday lives. Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Yes, the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. I was doing away with fanfare earlier, Greg, with Jen, so we're just going to start like this. But I don't know. What do you think? Do we need the big buildup?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We need the music.
Right.
What does Jen have against music?
Do you No, I did it on purpose. She didn't do it. I just felt like today, was just too much. But maybe people need to be stimulated early in the morning, right? Like a cup of coffee. Greg Johnson in the room. Cowboy State Daily. Yeah, what's in the news? That dude in New York City who just went off with an M4. Did you see that?
I heard about it.
Oh, man. So many.
Yeah.
Many.
I guess one of the guys, he was targeting NFL headquarters.
Supposedly, yes, he had an issue. He said the shooter claimed prior to the incident, he's dead now, he ain't claiming nothing, that he had CTE, which is sometimes you can get from banging heads with linemen in the NFL. He definitely had a history of mental things, yet he had a concealed weapons permit from Nevada. How do you reconcile that? That's number one. He's got a concealed carry in Nevada, yet he's got a history of mental issues. I mean, that should prohibit you from... Okay. And then he still had, whether CTE or not, mental case or not, he has the wherewithal to drive cross country from Las Vegas to Manhattan with the intention of going to the headquarters of the NFL, who didn't exactly invent CTE. What an acronym morning we're having. It's not National Football League's. He didn't get CTE from playing. He just wanted to go out in a blaze of glory like some of these nutcases, allegedly. He goes in with an M4 in downtown Manhattan, starts spraying the high rise with bullets. Killed an NYPD police officer, 3 others, 4 total, I think. Yeah, what?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that he can blame the NFL for it, that he never played in the NFL, but
Yeah, I mean, some people claim the NFL doesn't take care of its players when it comes to, concussion problems and issues down the road when you later retire. But, this was all kind of misguided. They had a creepy photo of the guy from a surveillance camera outside walking with his M4, which is basically, just dumb it down for those of you who don't know firearms. It's a machine gun. It's the kind the military carry. And he's just walking. He's got it down by its side. And having lived in New York City, I can tell you, people would not bat an eye at this dude walk. He double parked his BMW. Again, people wouldn't bat an eye. People are double, triple parking. That don't mean nothing. That happens every second in downtown New York City. So he double parks, probably leaves it running. He won't be back. And he's just carrying a M4 into the building. And again, people don't know. They don't look. You learn not to look
at. They don't look at other people. They kind of have the tunnel vision.
Yes. And you learn that to stay alive. You don't make eye contact with people. You don't look at other people. And it's why you can shoot movies in downtown New York City and really not get any looky-loos. Nobody even notices you're doing it.
Hey, yeah. I just saw this ad. Do you know who's coming to Casper on August 7th?
August 7th, Casper. No, who?
Weird Al.
No way.
Yeah.
All right.
It's his bigger and weirder tour.
Is he coming to
opening for him as Puddle's Pity Party?
Not familiar.
You're not familiar with that guy?
No.
He has a great voice.
Oh, yeah?
But he dresses up as a clown. He's a sad clown. And so he sings these songs. He does covers, but he does them like sad. But he has a really mellow voice.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's
August 7th, Ford Wyoming Center, Weird Al.
Well, I was going to say Wild Theater. He's going to sell seats in the Ford. That place is huge.
Oh, Weird Al, he draws.
No, you think he'll?
Are you kidding? He fills stadiums. Yeah, people go out to Weird Al.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. His time.
Well, I mean, the Ford Wyoming Center is what, like 10,000?
Ballparking, yeah.
It's not like,
he's
50,000, 60,000 stadium.
Weird Al's not going to sell more than 2,000 tickets. I wouldn't think.
Wrong.
I wouldn't think. That's all right. We're going to put that down. That's our bet. What does Weird Al sell? I mean, he's big. I love Weird Al. But honestly, his time has come and gone.
I don't know. He still does some pretty decent stuff, but he set the bar for parody.
Yes.
Big time.
Totally.
Him when he went on Dr. Demento.
Dr. Demento.
Nobody knows Dr. Demento anymore.
I love that show back in the day. Yeah. I no denying. The guy was a groundbreaking, worthy of legend.
Yeah.
But the people.
I love Rocky Road. Another one rides the bus.
Another one rides.
And do you know what? There's a couple of his parodies that are more recognized than the original, like Amish Paradise.
Yeah.
Coolio didn't want him to do that. And And he usually gets permission. And of course, it's the thing that, if Weird Al wants to parody your song, you've made it. In fact, Michael Jackson liked him so much, he helped him. He gave him sets and stuff to do his parodies on, like for
oh wow,
that instead of bad. He gave him the sets that they did that on.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So he liked it. Well, good for him. Had a sense of humor. Huh. Oh yeah. Weird Al. Yes.
You ever see his movie?
No.
UHF?
No.
It's like Dumb and Dumber. It's like it's so stupid it's funny type of thing. He ends up running this small tiny UHF station. And he does all the weird commercials and stuff on it and everything too. It's just funny. It's just funny.
Supposedly silly funny is what Adam Sandler's golf sequel is. What's the name of it? Happy Gilmore?
Happy Gilmore. I watched it this weekend.
Did you? Now
on Netflix.
Okay, then I want to hear your review, because some people are saying it is just like too silly, inane, like dumb, like slapped together. No, people thumbs down it. And then others said, yeah, it is, but that's thumbs up. Like it was so silly. It was great. What do you think?
I thought it was okay.
Yeah.
The first one was better.
Yeah.
But I didn't hate it. But I'm probably not gonna like go out of my way to watch it a bunch of times.
Yeah. Okay.
It was okay.
All right. Going back to Weird Al, I say he doesn't sell 2,000 seats in the Ford, and you think he'll do pretty good.
I think I got the over on that one.
Okay. Let's do over under. That's August 7th coming up. I don't want to help the cause by promoting it too much on our highly rated show here. So
Did you see this announcement by Coach Prime yesterday?
Yeah.
I mean,
life-threatening.
Whether you love the guy or hate the guy, I tell you what, to come out and say what he said and to be that like
vulnerable,
personal with what he's going through. I mean, to have your bladder removed. I mean, that's it. And just as blunt as he says, now I depend on Depends.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, but what a thing to have bladder cancer and have your bladder removed. And I mean, that's some serious stuff.
And Prime was just totally open with it. And yeah, that was pretty surprising, or maybe not. I mean, he's always had very little filter. No matter what happens in his life, he'll let you know.
Yeah, but I mean, someone who's like NFL star, baseball star, just like the alpha guy all the time.
Yeah,
that to come out and say something like this. I mean, it's more. It goes beyond sports, I think. I mean, it's like, if this guy can come out and talk about something that can be embarrassing and stuff, saying, hey, if you see that porta potty on the sideline, it's real. I have to use that.
Yeah, no, it's inspirational in that way when you get a guy of his stature to be that vulnerable with this information that, and he talks about he's like, I never had to think about when I'm dead, like I'm gone. Like he really laid it out there for everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the thing is, I mean, people are like, oh, he ruined it for his son Sidor and everything. And then he comes out and does it. It's like, it's big signals, of what you should think of the guy.
But. Yeah. And he's been that way in my opinion, his whole career, the whole time I've known him, he's been that way. There are times where I say, this dude is the greatest athlete ever. And I hate this dude and his ego. Like, he's been up and down in my mind so many times.
Yeah. But I'm interested what he does this year. How the Buffs go.
Yeah. He's got a rebuild year. This will be a year he's got to prove what he can do. I mean, most of him is recruitment. I mean, people are going to want to go play for Prime, but we'll see what kind of coach he is, schemes and whatever, when he has to take an average team with just few superstars and see if he can win some football games.
Yeah, instead of an average team with a couple of superstars.
Well, I wouldn't say he was
record-wise would say.
I wouldn't say he was loaded, but yeah, he had some names who could play ball.
Good recruits though, so we'll see. Did you see Cortland Sutton got paid?
Yeah.
Broncos receiver, 4-year extension, $92 million.
Yeah.
41 million guaranteed.
That's a lot of money. Woo! And that's enough money to deal with your CTE later in life. Although receivers never get hurt because you can't touch anybody anymore in the NFL.
No, you can't. It's before too long. It's going to be a personal foul to like give someone a dirty look.
Yeah,
personal foul.
Yeah, 15-yard penalty for not
looking
helping
at the receiver.
Right. I mean, like the days of those. And there's some safeties that did things on the field of play that would be felonies today. Like
Jack Tatum.
Dude, he'd be in prison.
Blunt. That's for the Broncos, and he's very underrated. And it's because he played for the Broncos before they were like really, really good. Dennis Smith was a beast out there.
I don't know
he,
him.
He played the same era as Ronnie Lott. In fact, I think they played together in college.
Oof.
But yeah. I mean, the way Steve Atwater hit people.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you talk about safeties hurting people. I mean, you got to go to Tatum, right? I mean,
Tatum,
Blunt,
and Atkinson. Who am I remembering? And there was some headhunters. There were guys where if you were in the huddle and they called the play and you were a receiver, you would like just refuse that play. Like, what do you mean? A crossing pattern 20 yards over the... Nope, I'm not doing that.
Exactly.
That guy out there is foaming at the mouth right now. I'm not running that pattern. He will kill me. Yeah. That was back. Football was for real. Still can't believe Weird Al is coming to. Are you going to go to the show just to ensure?
Probably not, but we should get someone over there.
Yeah, we should.
Should I bet? Oh no, he's going to be gone. The one to do it would be Andrew, but he's going to be gone at that particular day.
Oh darn. So do you think Harriet Hageman, the congresswoman, will run for do you think there's interest in her being governor of Wyoming? I still don't. I don't see it. But others do.
I can't tell. I really just can't tell.
Yeah. There's been no indication. She hasn't left any breadcrumbs. Nothing. If that's her intent, she's been good at keeping it secret. But to me, it's a whole different gig. Governing a state or being a lawmaker representing a state. Those are two different things. And I don't necessarily know where Congresswoman Hageman's skill set lies. She's good public relations. She's good in front of people, despite some of the town halls. So maybe governor would be good because she presents a good face, let's say. I don't know. But
yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think if she ran, she'd win easily.
Yes.
And I think that's why everybody else is watching. Nobody wants to enter the race until they know if she's going to do it.
Yeah.
Because they're like, well, if she's running, I'm not going to run.
And Secretary of State Chuck Gray, who come on, read between the lines. He has eyes on that gig, I'll say. But he told us on the show back in May that he was going to wait on Congresswoman Hageman's decision. He said it, he has utmost respect for her and he doesn't want to derail any intention she has. But part of that, I have to think, is Secretary Gray also would acknowledge that if he was in the race and she was in the race, it would be a lopsided victory for Hageman, and there's no reason for Gray to even go through that. That would be, it certainly would be a test on whether Wyoming people were so pro-Trump, because basically Chuck Gray is Trump too for many voters, and Hageman is a little more moderate. And this state has a tradition of electing Democrat governors, right-leaning, moderate Democrat governors. So I think Hageman represents that. I don't know. It would be interesting if both were in the race, but we'll see. Something will be announced.
It looks like the Weird Al tickets are going for.
They better be cheap.
$60 up to, looks like 128, depending on where your seats are.
Yeah, for the $100 ticket, you're invited on stage to sing backup with him. I don't know, Greg. You know who goes? The people who would see it don't go out at night anymore. This is a whole different generation. They're not the ticket buyers. Ticketmaster will tell you that. What are the demographics of people that buy tickets and go to shows? Under 30 years old. And the under 30 would not know who Weird Al is. There's no way he sells more than 2,000 seats in that place.
I don't know. I think he'll sell more.
All right. We're going to bet a 6-pack of beer. Or we'll trade cats. Something. We got to put something up to make it, for real. All right, we got to take a quick break. What do you want to do?
I'll hang out.
Excellent. We'll be right back. More Greg after this.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Greg Johnson's with us, the Cowboy State Daily managing editor. We got some folks from our Facebook page chiming in.
On Weird Al?
Yeah, actually.
What do they think?
They didn't say whether they thought Weird Al would sell tickets, but we did have Kathy say, I love Dr. Demento. So
yeah,
she's retired.
Dr. Demento was good. He was.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was it. I saw something during the break.
Yeah.
Do you read Woody Page?
No, I don't.
Sports columnist, used to be with the Denver Post. Now he's with the Colorado Springs Gazette. And I don't read him that often anymore. But he had an interesting stat in his column about the Rockies and Dick Monfort, Richard Monfort, one of the owners, but his family owns it. But he has been leading the club for 15 years. He's been the head, the decision maker and stuff at the club for 15 years.
Yeah.
In those 15 years, they are getting ready to lose their 1400th game over the last 15 years.
Yeah. That's significant.
I did the math. That's an average of 93.333333 games.
Yeah, 162 games schedule. 1,400, yeah.
So over a 15-year period to lose an average of more than 90 games, that's crazy over that time.
Yeah, that's a legacy of losing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have the stats in front of me, but I wonder if there's other historical teams that have lost that many in a 15-year period.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of the teams that are really bad now, but they've all had a history of, at one time they won World Series and they were great, like the Pittsburgh, but some of these small to mid-market teams, the Pirates can't pay their players anymore. But at one time, the Pirates were legendary. In the 70s, Kansas City Royals, similar. They're basically a AAA team for anybody else that just pluck players from their roster when they can no longer be paid by the Royals. Yet they had a period where they played great baseball. The Brewers, Milwaukee.
Yeah, the
Indians, they have history. But anymore, it's the big cities. It's the coast, LA, New York, Chicago. Who can afford to build a team? Although Toronto's having some fun with Canadian money. Holy cow, those Blue Jays.
Tell me if this is correct.
Mm-hmm.
Because the Yankees picked up that third baseman from Colorado.
Yeah.
I saw a headline that said Yankees fans furious over new third baseman.
We're just underwhelmed because we were promised that Cashman was seeking a big deal. And there were a lot of people who didn't want Suarez either, the big name. And then he goes out and gets hurt the other day. We were promised a major deal. And too many times in the Bronx, after when Steinbrenner wanted something, he'd go get it.
Yeah.
I mean, we wouldn't have lost Soto in the Steinbrenner era. If he wanted it, he'd go buy it. And then the new era, Cashman keeps saying, we're going to swing a big deal. We're buyers at the trade deadline. We're going to do something big. We're going to make a big splash. And the splash was, we got a guy from the worst team in baseball. Okay. I think we're all just underwhelmed in New York. I think that's all. I don't know we hate him, but we're like, really? That was it? Because he basically platoons at that position. He's a lefty. So we have the crappy hitter we had who bats right, and he plays, and then so does this new guy. Like, it wasn't the big splash. That's all.
So are Yankees fans already writing off this season?
Almost. I mean, Judge is hurt. Judge is on the 10-day DL. I don't know. We went up to Canada and Toronto spanked our butts. There's not a lot to be positive about right now. All our pitchers are hurt.
Yeah. Do you see Ryan Sandberg died?
Yeah, Ryan Sandberg, legend, Cubs.
Yeah, I remember him. He's just a few years older than us.
Yeah, he was only 65 when he died. He had a long battle with cancer, was in remission a little bit. And then, Ryan Sandberg, he was just one of those kind of Iron Men, he was always in the line. He's just so dependable, and he played the game right, and he did everything right. He defended his position, played good defense. He could hit. And he would never be involved in like some incident off the field where you're like, oh, he wouldn't be, he was just he's a ball player born to play baseball.
Yeah. He wasn't like corking his bat.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. Like, his teammate was. But but he was a guy who was always in the highlights. He was always in Sports Center. He figured into the game all the time in some way, whether he's making a play or getting a hit.
Yeah. Yeah. Whenever they did the highlights, ESPN, let's go to Chicago where the Cubs won 5-4. Ryan Sandberg, that would be the first name they'd say. He did something. And didn't he play his whole career there? One of the few guys who was never anywhere else? I think he did.
I think so. I don't remember him as anything other than a Cub.
Yeah. Yeah, great ball player. I see a story in the Cowboy State Daily. I see that I didn't think it was one of our biggest stories splash-wise, but I see every other news agency has it as their lead story, and we have it as well. It's Governor Gordon signing this agreement that would have Wyoming Highway Patrol act in some ICE manner.
Yeah, that's not even. Yeah, that's not our top story at all.
Right. I
mean, there was a press release, but it's an interesting story because it's the first state agency in Wyoming to get into one of those agreements with ICE.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. They come in contact. They often make first contact with a potential illegal immigrant. It's usually something on a highway. They're driving, yeah.
Well, the time, it's totally different now. 30 years ago, when I was in Alamosa, Colorado, they would catch, moving trucks stuffed full of illegal immigrants coming through Mexico. And they would contact immigration, and they would say, just let them go. They'll say, we'll catch them down the road.
Yeah.
Of course, they never do. But they would tell the locals to let them go.
Yeah.
And now now they're not only not telling him that, they're saying, okay, we'll basically deputize you to handle.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
times have changed a lot.
Totally different process.
Yep. Yeah. Well, we've seen times have changed. Administration has changed in D.C. That's been a big thing. But now Wyoming Highway troopers, State Patrol, will have some more authorities, and they're going to work in cooperation with ICE. All right, Greg, have a super Tuesday. Let's keep our eyes on the Weird Al and see how he does.
Yeah.
See you, buddy.
Check it out. Yeah.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues. Top of the hour news next.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Construction is about halfway done on what Colorado officials claim will be the world's largest wildlife overpass. It's a 200-foot wide, 209-foot long structure spanning 6 lanes of I-25 south of Denver. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that the project is on track to be completed in December.
I spoke with somebody with the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Department, and they said, yeah, it's a bad problem area because you've got quite a lot of wildlife, mostly elk, trying to migrate through that area between summer and winter range. The interstate goes right through the heart of it. So they've seen a lot of collisions and a lot of roadkill there. They said they decided to go with an overpass because, number one, they're more practical. Number two, the animals, the elk, the pronghorn, the deer, seem to like overpasses a little bit more than they like underpasses.
The wildlife overpass will connect 39,000 acres of wildlife habitat on both sides of I-25. The project comes with a $515 million price tag. Well, in a Monday statement, Governor Mark Gordon announced Wyoming Highway Patrol had entered into an agreement to assist U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement while performing their regular duties. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that to date, 5 Wyoming sheriffs have established agreements with ICE, but this is the first Wyoming statewide agency to do so.
With Wyoming Highway Patrol signing on to that, that's significant because that's a statewide agency. It's also under the governor's purview rather than a sheriff elected by a county of 40,000 or so people. And it's just part of really a snowball effect of more and more Wyoming agencies agreeing to work with ICE. And the federal agency itself now has so much funding that it's seeking to expand its footprint in Wyoming in other ways.
In a comment to Cowboy State Daily, the American Civil Liberties Union of Wyoming said this move turns the Wyoming Highway Patrol into an extension of the federal government, which they say, quote, puts politics over the best interests of Wyoming. The former director of a domestic violence help center in Lusk is facing a felony theft charge on claims she stole more than $65,000 from the nonprofit group while running it and used a secret debit card linked to its account. The lone theft charge against 46-year-old Sabrina Cruz rose last week to the felony-level Niobrara County District Court. Cruz is accused of stealing money from the Helpmate Crisis Center and Crime Victim Assistance Program in Lusk. The Wyoming Division of Criminal Investigations started investigating the allegedly missing money in July 2024 and probed the issue for months. An internal audit had discovered thousands of dollars siphoned from the Helpmate bank accounts via ATM withdrawals. The charge against Cruz carries a maximum penalty of 10 years in prison and $10,000 in fines. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
Well, a fight over whether river floaters have the right to use a natural water channel connecting Pine Creek and the New Fork River near Pinedale has apparently hit a stalemate. Floaters and anglers both use the channel to move between Pine Creek and the New Fork River. Both are popular for trout fishing. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that some locals allege a new property owner has been trying to put up new barriers across the water passage, which they believe isn't allowed.
I've gotten a little bit of feedback from the Army Corps of Engineers, which is the primary jurisdictional agency there. They said they're looking into it, and it would, in fact, be a violation of their policies if somebody were to deliberately block a floatable waterway. It still seems to be kind of a stalemate there. We could see these sorts of things cropping up more in Wyoming. We're seeing a lot of people buy up more riverside properties. At the same time, we're seeing a lot more people take to floating, or floating just for fun, or floating to fish, or however.
The situation is further complicated by the increasing number of watercraft options to meet growing interest in floating. Smaller watercraft means the boundaries of what's considered floatable water are being stretched. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
I'm Amy Grant, and I want to talk to you from my heart about the heart. There was nothing about my life that said, you have a ticking time bomb in your chest. But I did. I wound up in the office of a cardiologist because I was there with my husband. And at the tail end of that, the cardiologist looked at me and said, I want to see you. No one was more surprised than I was to learn I was living with a rare heart condition. He said, Amy, this condition, you'll be fine, and then catastrophic. A few months later, I had open heart surgery that saved my life. And I owe it to the research and life-saving medical breakthroughs developed by the American Heart Association. I'm grateful for the American Heart Association. Their research gave me more time to do the things I love with the people I love. So listen to your heart. I'm here today because I did. Learn more at helpheart.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday, July 29th, the month that would never end. We've still got 2 more days of July. Not that I want to get rid of it anytime soon. I mean, summer is so short around here anyway. Facebook comments. We had somebody chime in. Stephanie says, good morning. Good morning to you, Stephanie. Assuming you're not some kind of troll robot. You can never tell if people are real anymore. Kathy says, I love Dr. Demento. Who doesn't? Good morning from Joanne. Live and loving it. Good. And Tom checks in, listening from Watkins Glen, New York, where that's my old stomping grounds. I'm from Canandaigua up in the Finger Lakes. I've been to Watkins Glen a few times. Beautiful area. And it's home to the last thing you would think, a NASCAR race. I mean, NASCAR in New York, in Western New York, upstate New York, doesn't make sense. But that's a great track. It's one of only, I think, 2, maybe 3 NASCAR races that are on a road course. In other words, not an oval. For those of you who think NASCAR drivers, all they can do is go fast and turn left, that's pretty much true. You only have to turn one way. But at Watkins Glen, it's a road course, and sometimes you'll see some of those open wheel racers do a little better there. Some of the Formula One racers will jump in a stock car and race, or anybody who comes from that kind of background where you had to turn right every once in a while. And it makes for an interesting race. It's really different. NASCAR for me, I used to be a NASCAR fan. I would never miss a race. And anymore, I just fell off the pace because it became kind of corporate boring. It's all money. Money buys you the win, buys you the sponsorship of the car. Money buys you more more testings. You know, you can put a better engine. You can test more cars. Money buys you a team, multiple teams. It's important to have. You can't just be a single driver anymore. You got to belong to a racing team, and your teammates help you out, both on the track and off. They'll run tires for you. And it got to be the same old dudes winning every race. And it began with the Jeff Gordon era. And, you know, it was the same people winning every time. It was no longer about racing. Who was the better driver? It was who had the better car, who could afford to spend more time in the wind tunnel, fine-tuning their car and the aerodynamics of it. And then, you know, the regulations NASCAR puts on the car, it's only allowed to go this fast. The governor on some of those big tracks. Yeah, it's not like it was in the old days with guys who were real racers. But NASCAR, that Watkins Glen International Racetrack, that's fun. NASCAR, Tom says NASCAR is coming in 2 weeks. No horses. I know. They don't race horses in Watkins Glen. That's too bad. But they do race NASCAR, stock cars. And that's a fun race. It really is. What are we looking at today? Stories from the Cowboy State Daily. Greg and I just barely touched on this, but I notice every other news agency in the state has this as their big story, lead story. And as Greg said, it's not a huge story for Cowboy State Daily. It doesn't appear to be eliciting too many responses on the Facebook. Governor Mark Gordon announced an agreement yesterday that would make Wyoming Highway Patrol troopers sort of deputized by ICE in a way. They would assist ICE with immigration enforcement while performing their regular duties. It just seems like a no-brainer. How many immigration issues, how many illegal immigrants have we discovered through traffic stops? A lot. I mean, there's some illegals running guns, running ammo, running drugs. We see it in the headlines almost daily in the state, where people without proper documentation pulled over for going, 15 miles an hour over the speed limit. And the Wyoming Highway Patrol trooper finds out they're high as a kite. The canine drug dog takes one sniff and then whimpers away because of the overwhelming. He just takes a couple of sniffs and he has to clear his nasal passage. He's like, oh yeah, the dog said there's a lot of junk in there. Or there's the dude and his girlfriend that were trucking like thousands of rounds of ammo. Who was that? That was on the Cowboy State Daily. How would I go about searching that? And he said, oh, yeah, we like to go to the gun range and shoot. Like, he had enough ammo to go to the gun range, not once a week for the next year, but like every day for the next decade. No, this dude was arming a rebellion. He was arming a revolution, allegedly, in my opinion. And then they let the guy go. This is why we need the troopers. Well, the troopers didn't let him go. They arrested him. And he was let out on bond. I'm pretty sure I got the right. I don't know. I'm going by my memory, which is never good. Never a good thing. And I'm pretty sure he was bonded out and then failed to appear. Well, duh. He's not even he's long gone. He's in the wind. Tell you that. All right. How do I ask Siri to look this up? We'll start with Wyoming. Wyoming Highway patrol, arrest, ammo. Let's see if that. Okay. Yeah, here we are. Cowboy State Daily Story. Claire McFarland wrote it. State trooper arrests suspected illegal immigrant. If only this was today, after the agreement, maybe things would change. He had 18,000 rounds of ammunition. I know a lot of real pro-gun guys who don't have 18,000 rounds of ammo. He's an illegal immigrant arrested back in March near Rawlins. Ricardo Paez Quinones faces up to 15 years in prison, $250,000 fine. At the time, I think he claimed he and his side piece liked to go shooting at the. Yeah, he said he bought the ammo in Utah so he and his girlfriend could go to the range for target practice. You put 18,000 rounds through your weapon and you're going to be an expert marksman by that time. When asked if he and the girlfriend even own guns to take to the gun range, they said no. So you got 18,000 rounds of ammo in your rig when you're pulled over. You claim it's just for personal shooting so you can target practice, yet you don't even own any guns. No, you're bringing this ammo to somebody who's going to buy it and maybe resell it, but more likely going to buy it and arm a mini rebellion, in my opinion. WHP Trooper Sergeant Chad Bracken. Search the vehicle, K9 detection dog, alerted to the presence of drugs. Here we go. Drugs, ammo, misdemeanor amounts of cocaine, large amounts of cash. Look, this seems easy to piece together. And then I'm pretty sure this dude got out on bond, which was not nearly high enough. There shouldn't have been any bond. He's an illegal immigrant. This is back in March, though, and Wyoming Highway Patrol did not have this agreement with ICE. Had this arrest happened today, it might be different. Let me look up. Yeah, here's the follow-up. Claire McFarland. Federal prosecutor, twice deported Mexican immigrant. So it's not even alleged anymore. Twice deported. Twice he's been kicked out of the country. He's back. The bust, prosecutor argues, indicates cartel activity. Yeah, there's some kind of organized something. 18,000 rounds of high caliber ammo. Charged in March with being I don't know if this is the story that has him get away, but prosecutor is urging the case judge to bring Quinones back to jail to be detained while he waits trial. Yes, I would urge that too if I was a prosecutor. And I believe this dude is now in the wind. Although I can't find that story, but I think he's gone. Twice deported and now, on the loose. Anyway, I like the agreement. I don't know who can be against this, although there are people against it, including what's the organization that says this will allow the highway patrol to potentially target certain people. American Civil Liberties Union of Wyoming senior staff attorney Andrew Malone warned this type of agreement could lead to profiling is the word I'm looking for. Yeah. I don't know how this could lead to profiling. I mean, Highway Patrol, they do a good job. They're going to pull you over for doing 90 miles an hour in a 75 zone. How's that profiling? Most of the contact Wyoming Highway Patrol is going to make is because you're already doing something wrong, speeding, whatever. How's that profiling? Then they find out later when they pull you over that you've got no driver's license, no ID, no nothing. You got a car full of 18,000 rounds of bullets. How's that profiling? The canine dog sniffs drugs all over the place. How's that profiling? No, I think it's a no-brainer. Wyoming Highway Patrol makes first contact with many illegals that are in the country with bad ideas, bad intent. If you're in the country without paperwork, illegally working your job, maybe you're the dishwasher, the line cook, maybe you're working ag out there picking crops, I don't know. Chances are you're not going to be contacted by the Wyoming Highway Patrol. You're too busy working and doing things honest in the country. Anyway, that's the news of the day. That's a big story. Let's go to the Zoom room. We got to get Don Day in here. Day weather forecast. I don't have a tricky question for Don. I wish I did. Although Don doesn't like it when I have sensational, tricky questions. I don't have any, good weather questions for you to ponder, Don, but I did see, obviously, there's sensationalism. There's the heat wave that's going to kill everybody, and it's moved its way through now to the eastern United States. Big, giant heat wave.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to wrap my head around the fact that it's late July and there's a heat wave. I mean, I've never seen this before.
Yeah, pick up a calendar. You don't have to spend nearly the amount of time Don Day did in meteorology school to learn that, wow, it's hot in July.
True or false? San Francisco's had the coolest summer to date since 1965.
Ooh, I'm going to say that's true.
It is. So how often do you hear that in the news?
Yeah, right.
Right. Yeah. Another thing is we've gotten off a temperature now. There's this obsession with heat index.
Yeah. What is that?
All it is, it's a combination of temperature and humidity. It's kind of like our wind chill, but, that we talk about all the time. The wind makes it feel colder, while the humidity and the temperature makes it feel hotter.
So it's a way for journalists who want to create sensational headlines to increase the temperature. They're like, look, it's 150.
It's 93, but it feels like 372 degrees, right. Like you're a pot roast.
Heat index. Oh, wow. Yeah, I never liked the wind chill either. That's cheating. That's a way for, other places to try to get up there with Wyoming. We have like legit 35 below. We don't need the wind chill to add to that. Okay. Well, I like the way you made good sense of that. We do have a chance for some kind of violence in our weather today.
Yeah, we do. In fact, I think here for the next 2 or 3 days, we need to kind of put our antennas up for the risk of severe weather. This is especially true in central and northern and far eastern Wyoming today. Subtropical moisture, speaking of humidities are really going up. There's even some fog and low clouds this morning near the Colorado border because of that. So the thunderstorms they're going to develop is going to make it cooler. It was a pretty hot day yesterday, but temperatures are going to be a bit cooler. In fact, many areas tomorrow and Thursday won't even leave the 70s. But the thunderstorms that do develop are going to pack a punch, especially with the threat of heavy rain. It's that time of year, we can talk about historical flash floods in the West. And the three big ones that I think people remember in the region, 2 are in Colorado, but the big Thompson flood that happened in the 70s near Estes Park, that happened on, I believe, July 31st. The Cheyenne flood in 1985 happened on August 1st. There was a deadly flash flood in Fort Collins, Colorado, I think on July. I don't know. Today might be the anniversary, right at the end of July. So there's a clustering of these big rain events in late July and early August because of that subtropical moisture. So you always want to just kind of be on the lookout because the thunderstorms tend to be slow moving and they can produce a lot of rain.
And another indication that, it might not hurt to add the calendar to your weather forecasting tools. It's hot in July.
That's really true.
And, the calendar is a good indication.
Go ahead.
One last thing, Don. You mentioned humidity, and we're so lucky and fortunate here in Wyoming to not have to deal with the kind of humidity, say, Houston, Texas does, where you hear about humidity in the 90 percentiles or higher. What is high humidity in general for Wyoming in the summer? What would you say is like, the humidity is very high today?
Well, the better measure for the water in the air is actually the dew point. Because relative humidity is like we've got some areas, in the summer, you'll occasionally get 100% humidity or 90% humidity in the mornings all the time. But we use dew point, which is a better measure. Most of the time in the summer, Wyoming's dew points will be anywhere from the 20s to the lower 40s. But when we start getting dew points in the 50s and 60s, like we have today in many areas, that's when it's really, really moist here.
Yeah. Even 50s and 60s, dew point. Yeah. Okay. That's when we would say, it's so sticky. And
right.
Somebody
exactly.
from
I moved to get out of this humidity.
Yeah, somebody from Florida would say, what are you kidding? I know.
As we know, humidity around Wyoming does not last very long. So when it does come out, enjoy the moment because it'll be gone before you know it.
That's why we call it relative humidity. Wyomingites would say, it's so swarmy and muggy today, and others would say relatively no. I'm not feeling it. Okay, good forecast, Don. Thank you.
See you later.
Yeah, have a good Tuesday. Day weather forecast. There you go. You learned a lot more about things like the killer heat wave across the U.S. Surprise, it's late July. That's never going to be hotter than in the summer than right now. We learned the heat index is totally bogus. Don't even try to trick us with that nonsense. And humidity is just relative to where you grew up. We'll be right back. More on the Tuesday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show after this quick break.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story will crow about Crowheart and Yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday. Thank you for all the feedback on the Facebooks. Our regular listeners, new listeners, good to have you with us. Bill checks in, says, good morning, Jake. Thanks. You're welcome for whatever, for me just being here. Good morning, Bill. Christina checks in from Baltimore, Maryland. Wow, we've got a long reach. Christina says, love you, Jake. I watch daily from near Baltimore. Can't wait to return to Wyoming in May of next year for a 2-week road trip. All right, well, we'll be glad to have you back. Wyoming will be here, I'm pretty sure. Finishing up the thought on this twice deported Mexican, not that the new agreement with ICE, between ICE and Wyoming Highway Patrol would have prevented this. This is a breakdown in the court system, in my opinion, why we know why this guy is now not in custody. Twice deported Mexican immigrant with suspected cartel ties, accused of smuggling 18,000 rounds of ammunition through Wyoming, skipped federal court Friday. A judge issued a warrant for his arrest. Well, way to go, judge. You should have never let him out on bail. Ricardo Paez Quinones, 35-year-old. What was the bail? Let me see if I can find out. He was deported from America in 2012, 2014. Fingerprints matched a database showing that he doesn't belong in the United States. Bond was $20,000 unsecured, meaning Paez Quinones could get out of jail without having to post the money up front. Well, you can thank U.S. Chief Magistrate Judge Scott Klosterman for that. Wow. I mean, that maybe there's more to it that I'm not seeing. I mean, I don't pretend to be a judge. Them guys got to do a lot of lawyering. They have to, I mean, who knows what the budget is for powdering their wigs white and buying all them robes. Judges got way more going on than I do. I'm just on the radio spouting off. But if I were a judge and they dragged this guy in front of me and they said, yeah, we caught him on the highway with cocaine in his vehicle and 18,000 rounds of ammo. claiming he was just heading to the shooting range with his girlfriend. They like to target practice. They didn't own any guns. So what are you going to shoot them bullets with? Oh, yeah, and we kicked him out of the country in 2012. He snuck back. We kicked him out again in 2014. And we picked him up with enough ammo to arm a small country for a while. Wads of cash and drugs. What's the bail? Oh, and the judge says, 20 grand, and he doesn't have to show us the money. Whoa, do you think this guy is going to make his next appearance in court? He didn't. He gone. Golly. Yeah, I think Governor Gordon, who recently announced this deal yesterday where Wyoming Highway Patrol troopers are going to work in cooperation with ICE in some way. Perhaps as simple as trooper pulls this guy over and is able to contact ICE and say, yeah, we got this guy. We think he's in the country illegally. Can you confirm? And ICE could say, because they have a working relationship now, ICE can say, yep, we want that guy. Hang on to him. Now, that wouldn't have helped this situation. Now we get a breakdown. Perhaps Governor Gordon should have made some kind of deal with federal magistrates who turn these guys loose. 20 grand. I got $20,000. I could. Yeah, that's not enough money. Of course he's not going to show. No show for his bond hearing. This is back, Leo Wolfson writes this story. Arrested in March, a month later in April, he misses his federal court appearance, his bond hearing. Yeah. No, did you expect him to be? I hope you didn't wait up for him. Judge, I hope you didn't spend a lot of time saying, where's Paez Quinones? With his gavel ready to bang it. Don't wait too long. He ain't coming. Oh, boy. Some of our highest engaging stories, Cowboy State Daily stories today, are who's going to run for governor. That's a big one. And the fire chief. So let's get to both of those since they seem to resonate with people. A lot of comments. Let's start with the fire chief. I was talking to Jen Coker earlier about this. I don't know what it is with the job of fire chief that might cause you to be a bad person. Allegedly. But yeah, victimization of kids, especially whether it's sexual nature or whether it's this, it really bothers people when kids are hurt in some way. Kids and dogs, right? If you do bad things to children or animals, you are... Yeah, your bond is not going to be $20,000. Your bond's going to be like $20 million. People really get upset with folks who treat animals poorly. If you're a dog kicker or you're a pedophile, you're trying to feel up minors. That's death penalty stuff. Case closed. Anyway, this story from Dale Killingback really resonating with folks. A lot of comments, a lot of impressions on the Facebooks anyway. Wyoming fire chief and wife accused of starving their adopted son. This is a 13-year-old, and basically locking him in his bedroom. He hasn't been outside of the house in years. He says, although the dad says, oh, we went out for a walk the other day. Although I think he said, we went out for a walk the other day, only it didn't last long because he's so weak. He couldn't walk for he's weak. He weighed 50 pounds when he was discovered because you never fed him. Allegedly. Laramie County Fire District number 1 Chief of Fire Chief Derek Middlestad and his wife Angela facing charges of aggravated child abuse, conspiracy to commit aggravated child abuse, allegations a 13-year-old emaciated boy. When you're 13 years old boy, you should weigh more than 50 pounds. That's like Auschwitz weight. That's terrible. In fact, the health officials said he's going to have to be in the hospital for a while as they gradually increase his diet. I mean, if he were to have a regular meal right now, he'd probably throw up. His stomach couldn't even handle the normal amount of food. He had protein. He had vitamin D levels that were unregisterable. Could not find any vitamin D in his body. Severely malnourished is what they said. Ribs, collarbones, other bones poking out of his body, doing how thin he was. Missing most of his hair on his head. No, this is beyond, I don't know how to deal with this problem child, which is what the wife tried to say, I think. He told the boys, was interviewed, and he has a different story than Fire Chief and his wife. He told authorities, I'm only allowed to eat one meal a day since they told me there's no point in giving me food. Really? No point in giving you food. That sounds like somebody headed for the gas station. Somebody who's not expected to live very long, right? If you're mom and dad and you're feeding your kid just one time a day and you tell them, oh, there's no point in giving you food because blank, 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 fill in the blank, because you're not going to live long. It's just horrible. Bedroom door was blocked. He wasn't allowed out of the bedroom. The fire chief and his wife say, well, it's because the kid exhibited bad behavior. He would pee and poop in his room. Well, he's locked in his room. The teen said he was given white bread, ham, and vegetables once a day. That and a zero Gatorade. That was his meal every day. That's it. And he said it was because he had poor behavior. The wife told an investigator she got the teen as a boy, got him like she got a purse, like she got a puppy. Angela said she got the teen as a boy when he was homeless, already malnourished and effed up with the trauma. Perhaps. I'm sure there was a reason why his kid was up for adoption. She said the kid would pee and defecate in his room instead of the bathroom. He says it's because he was locked in the bedroom. I don't know. Who are you going to believe here? It's just awful. Awful. Yeah, I would like to continue, but I'm A, disgusted, and B, running up against a commercial break. Jackie Dorothy will be here shortly. We'll be right back with more on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains.
There's no sparks.
But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Breaking news. Casper is finally finished with the giant construction, whatever they were doing in downtown Casper. Every time I'm there, it's like 5,800 miles of Jersey barrier funneling you through these weird navigate. Like, are you going to be done with this road construction already? Because my GPS doesn't realize.
We fought hard for that, Jake.
We what?
Here's some trivia. We fought hard for this right to have road construction and inconvenience. And here's some trivia for you. What year was YDOT formed and why?
Ooh.
Yeah, let's turn the tables. Put the quiz on you.
I didn't know. I'm so ill prepared. Let me ask Greg, see if he'll text me the answer. YDOT was formed in 1939 because there was lots of potholes in Casper.
Nope. 1917 because there were no roads.
Well,
the Good Roads Club. There was a booster club that was all these new car owners in 1915. Yellowstone National Park opened up and people wanted to bring their cars there and they couldn't. So they started lobbying and they were high-powered politicians and lawyers and mayors, and they got YDOT formed in 1917.
Get out. I
to
didn't
get
know
Yellowstone.
That.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine like the director of YDOT, whoever the top dude is, and during the legislative session when they have to do the budget, he's going, to justify his budget, saying, "I need X amount of money to run this agency so we can take care of roads," and the legislators would be like, "We don't have any roads. What are you talking about?"
But they all had cars. They had that newfangled vehicle.
Right.
And they were changing from stagecoach and wagons to cars, and they couldn't get them anywhere.
Isn't that funny how Yellowstone was ahead of the curve? Yellowstone says, look, we're the nation's first national park, and we're a tour. You can tour in your car. We got roads in here. And then they're like, wait a minute, you put the cart before the horse. There are no roads to get to Yellowstone. Oh, no. Interesting,
And millions were
Jackie.
literally spent to build those roads in the early 1900s. Who would have
Huh.
thought?
Well, look at you dropping the knowledge on us.
I just had to turn the tables. You know, I see what you do to all of us. So
Yeah.
it's like, surprise.
You did. You got me. We did have a listener, though, text in on the studio line saying it's finally done, that Casper project, so you can finally drive through Casper, and your GPS, when it says turn left here to get where you're going, you can actually turn somewhere. Okay, good. What
That's
stories? Jackie, you had a story about one of my favorite rodeo families and rodeo contestants. I've been watching these Yoder girls, and this is just yet another way. They churn them out. I don't know how this Thompson family, there's Hayden, and then there's Hadley is just, I've been watching her high school rodeo.
8 kids.
And one better than the other. They're all great. They're all ranchy rodeo girls. And Hadley Thompson, I'm telling you, if you got a loose goat somewhere and you need to just call Hadley, and that goat will be down and tied up in like 4 seconds.
Oh, I saw one description where it was like as long as it takes a normal person to take a deep breath is how long it took her to tie that goat.
Oh, yeah.
During the National High School Finals. And I didn't even know goat tying was a thing until I really started digging into this story. And I'm like, how did I miss this? How did I miss goat tying? It looks like a lot of fun. And she does practice on a herd of goats at home.
Yeah, she's got, I mean, her family, obviously, they're churning out these girls who are going to college to rodeo. They're turning pro to rodeo. They all rope, they ride, they tie, they do everything. And yes, they've made it like this is a mini rodeo arena at their ranch. And these girls are so good. The Thompson girls, Hadley is insane. And goat tying, if you've never seen it, it involves so many different aspects of being Western. One thing, you got to ride full speed because you're on the clock. You're riding towards the goat that's picketed, waiting for you. The poor goat's like, oh no, here comes Hadley Thompson. And you're riding full speed, and you're basically out of the saddle because you're getting ready to get off your horse. And at top speed, these girls are riding in one stirrup, butt out of the saddle, and then they got to get off, hit the ground running, literally running as fast as their horse. They come off, run to the go, and then the hands go to work, and you can't even watch, even in slow-mo, you can't see what the hands are doing as they pick up this goat, drop it down, tie up the legs. Unbelievable.
Exactly. She called it being slingshotted out of the saddle because the momentum just carries you forward. I mean, it's not even on your own speed. And what's really cool about Hadley, I thought it was fascinating that she actually trained that horse she was riding.
Yeah.
She said she's only about the only person that's ever ridden Salty. So not only do you have a great athlete in Hadley, but her horse is this great athlete that she trained herself.
Yeah.
So amazing teenager. It's going to be fun to watch her career. I got my eye on her now and the rest of the family.
Yeah,
This is just fun.
Yeah, they're all great. She learned from her big sisters, and so many times the youngest kid ends up to being like the best of the best because they've sat and watched. They've learned how to do. They've learned a million ways to do it wrong, and they've learned how to do it right. And they've watched their older siblings, how they carry themselves in the sport. And Hadley is just, she's so good, so professional. And yeah, training her own horses. Yeah, she's going somewhere in rodeo, no doubt. And I'm glad you wrote that story. Great story.
Well, we have a big thank you to Justin for pointing me in that direction. He's the one that found it.
Oh, yeah.
So we got some great editors here at Cowboy State.
Yeah, she's something more on the subject of cowboy western. Let's talk about cowboys don't gossip. Come on.
This was actually just a fun story that I wrote about the long winters in Wyoming. And what do you talk about? Like Cuba being sunk into the ocean by a volcano. So apparently in Hyattville, there was only about 4 families there, and they spent the whole winter because the last mail they received in November was a letter telling them that Cuba had sunk into the ocean because of a big volcano. And so they're like, oh my gosh, look what happened. All winter long, that's all they talked about. Spring came, they got the next bit of mail, and they found out that they had been talking about a fable all winter long. It's just some little fun stuff and talking about the giggles and pranks that they pulled, including an outlaw named McDermott. Now, so when you read it, you'll see this, he giggled and pulled these pranks while stealing from people. So he'd be smiling, being very hospitable. He was one of the favorite ranchers. People loved to stop at his ranch, and they had no idea until years later that at the same time he was stealing from everybody.
Oh, boy.
And laughing about it.
Yeah.
So just some fun stories and some stuff where you're like, oh my gosh. Secrets revealed.
Such was life in the 1880s, 1887, 1888. That's how we lit. Yeah.
I could just imagine his TikTok video. Can you see that? Where they would be there was a one where they had like 20 rattlesnakes, and this guy reportedly grabbed them up, tied them up into a bunch, and used them as a trap. So the animals were forced to come in to get their water, and they were being bit by rattlesnakes. And this is from Dr. Amos Barber, who was a respected U.S. surgeon. So
yeah.
I'm telling you, the sources are good, and the things they did to keep themselves amused.
Yeah, because that's funny you mentioned this is pre-social media. This is their version of TikTok, Facebook, and without that, you had to invent things. Like you had one news story that was already months old, and then you just like riffed off of that. Cuba's sunk. Yeah, weird.
I know, you start thinking about it. I look at the old newspapers. If you go to Wyoming Newspaper Project, you can look at it. And they always had so-and-so was in town. And that would be how I could trace the path of certain people. But it was their gossip column. They were telling you who was doing what happened. So-and-so had a baby. This person came to town to buy calico fabric. I mean, they had it. They had their Facebook version. It just came out once a week or once a month.
You're right. I have read many things like that, like page 6 news, as they say, where you say, Mrs. Barbara Sullivan, or they would name, you never had your own name, actually. You were Mrs. and you were somebody's wife. Just returned from Salt Lake visiting relatives, like it was all the gossipy news. We're talking to Jackie.
Well, that's how I found out about the highways and the cars, because it was in the gossip column that the McGrath showed up in Thermopolis with the first car, and they described the car that they bought, where they bought it, how rough the roads were. I mean, it's fun to really dig into those old newspapers and read the old Facebook posts.
That's an article I would love to see. Some family bragging about their newfangled contraption. We have one of those horseless carriages. We love it. It's fantastic. The only downside is there's nowhere to drive it. Somebody needs to build roads in Wyoming.
Yeah, there you have it. So just think, I wonder what they would be saying about us in those gossip columns.
Yeah. We're talking
about what guests you've had on your shows and what you had for breakfast.
Hopefully more riveting than that. Jackie Dorothy joins us. Her stories, Yoder Cowgirl, says National High School Rodeo title is a testament to her rodeo family. She's going somewhere. Note the name, Hadley Thompson. You're going to hear of her in the rodeo circles for sure. And a piece of Wyoming history. Jackie Dorothy says cowboys were tough, determined, and a gossipy bunch of folks. You ever see that? You don't watch Andy Griffith, do you, Jackie?
Oh, of course.
There's a episode where Andy and Barney are making fun of the women for gossiping, and maybe they're like, oh, these women, they'll turn a story into, and the women turn the tables. They trick the men into blowing up a story that's not true. And who gossips more, the cowboys or the cowgirls? Aha.
Exactly. I remember that episode because it fascinated me when I first saw it because it's like, that is so true. It's not just us women.
We got two more stories we're going to get to for Jackie on Thursday. We'll save them for then, including the story behind the famous battle on Round Top Mountain. And we're going to talk about kids living with cancer, just trying to be kids. Jackie Dorothy has all that for you. We'll do it Thursday. Jackie, have a super Tuesday.
I definitely will. You as well.
All right.
Jake.
Cowboy State Daily Show. As we're rolling through a Tuesday, July 29, we're out of time for this hour. Top of the hour news coming up, and more to come on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, including I got to go back and pick up some stories. I just haven't been able to finish a thought today. I got to go back and rethink some stories we've been talking about. And a whole lot more. Special guests, all that stuff. Thanks for being here on a Tuesday. It makes it much better when you're there.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Corr. The race for Wyoming governor remains a wait-and-see contest as potential candidates hesitate to jump in without knowing what U.S. Representative Harriet Hageman plans to do. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that a combination of the Hageman effect, the earliness of the campaign cycle, and some frontrunners' goals to consolidate under one conservative candidate leaves next year's gubernatorial field with several highly tentative characters.
She's very popular as our lone House delegate there in Congress. So if she declared for governor, the early polling shows she would just run away with it. And so for that reason, Wyoming Secretary of State Chuck Gray and House Speaker Chip Nyman are like, I don't know if I would run for that seat until I know what Harriet Hageman's going to do. Hageman's still tentative, and so are a lot of other people. Not all of them are blaming it on the Hageman effect. Some are just saying, I want to focus on what I'm doing right now, or it's too early. And so we'll just have to watch as that develops.
The two who have declared their candidacy so far are Cheyenne resident Joseph Kibler, who runs a web development and marketing company, and 2022 candidate Brent Bien. Arrest warrants have been issued for the fire chief of Laramie County Fire District No. 1 and his wife for allegedly imprisoning and starving their 13-year-old adopted son. Derek and Angela Middlestead are facing charges of aggravated child abuse and conspiracy to commit aggravated child abuse. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that while the warrants have been issued, the couple had not been arrested as of press time.
The details that are in the court records are really graphic. It talks about a 13-year-old boy that they had adopted that weighed 50 pounds when he ended up in a hospital in Colorado. But first, he was dropped off at a youth detention center in Douglas and gave a fake name and story, and it was uncovered that he was an adopted child of the fire chief and his wife. The boy said that he had been blockaded in his bedroom, had been given one meal a day to eat. People that saw him said he was emaciated, and there was allegations that the boy had this bad behavior, but at the hospital and grandparents are saying that they never witnessed that.
Both the aggravated child abuse and conspiracy to commit aggravated child abuse charges carry potential penalties of 25 years in prison and a $10,000 fine. On Monday, the FBI and ATF were called in to help the Casper Police Department investigate a suspicious package inside the Paradise Valley subdivision on the southwest side of town. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that after a 4-hour investigation, the suspicious package was removed from the neighborhood.
We're not exactly sure where it was placed, but there was a picture of a package that was placed at an intersection. They said that they had got the package into a container and out of the area, so we're still not sure if it was a bomb, a fake bomb. We just don't know.
As of press time, the investigation was still ongoing. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
Cheyenne's Brian Alf Grigorchik had planned a celebratory drink following his once-in-a-lifetime Thunderbird's hometown hero flight to salute everyone who nominated him for the honor and made it all possible. But all he could manage after the flight was a celebratory nap. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean caught up with Grigorchik, who said the flight's 9.4 Gs of gravitational force made him realize just how exhausting it is being a Thunderbird.
They do it to honor people who have really given back to their communities. He has a thing called Thankful Thursdays that he started about 15 years ago, and he's raised more than $3 million for charities with that. It's pretty remarkable. What's really interesting is this idea that we can somehow get people to 9 Gs without passing out. 1 G is what we're at when we're just sitting around right now, traveling on the earth. 2 Gs is double that. 3 Gs is so tough that you can't pick yourself up out of the seat.
Life is always good when there are one-of-a-kind stories to tell, and this is one story Grigorchik said he'll never tire of telling. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
We said we'd never give in to a meltdown. We'd never babysit with a screen. We said we'd never let the toys take over.
Mariella!
Never leave the house looking, well, and never let them out of our sight. Skylar, come here. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock.
Cowboy State Daily show on a Tuesday. Mark Hines should be here shortly. Unless I miss my notes, pretty sure Mark will be here. One follow-up on that fire chief story he and his wife accused of abuse of their adopted 13-year-old son. One of our commenters on Facebook did note what I noted earlier is what's the deal with the position of fire chief and the drama that seems to ensue. Michael H. chimed in. He said, "What's up with Wyoming fire chief drama? Wasn't Jackson fire chief in some drama? Yes, not one, but two." This fire chief in Laramie County, accused of starving their adopted son and blocking his room shut, alleged abuse. And it just reminded me of a fire chief in Teton County. Jackson Hole Fire and EMS Rescue was headed by, a little while ago, Stephen Jelly, who came from a checkered past in New York where he was forced to resign or quit or something. I mean, it was just not good, and somehow gets another job as fire chief, and then it wasn't long before he was run out of Jackson and somehow got a job in Alaska, and it wasn't long before he was run out of Alaska. I mean, Jelly just, in my opinion, is not suited for a fire chief. It hasn't worked out for him anywhere. And then before him, fire chief in Jackson Hole, Brady Hanson. He had the job for a long time. And then Brady Hanson goes down. He actually retired from his Jackson job, and in retirement took up a fire chief job down there in Utah. I guess he wasn't retired. He went down in Fremington, Utah. I forget where. And then it wasn't long before ex-fire chief, Wyoming Fire Chief Brady Hanson was in trouble, arrested twice, once for being accused of inappropriate relations with minors, photos, and then inappropriate relationships with the judge. I mean, it's just mind-boggling. The judge that would decide if he had enough evidence to charge Brady Hanson with pedophilia or whatever it was, feeling up minors. Brady Hanson allegedly got with the judge, like they got it on. Oh, man. And Brady Hanson allegedly told the judge, it's even more fun if we invite a kid along. Just sick stuff. What's with these fire chiefs? Michael H., you're right. What's with fire chiefs? What's with the job that might cause someone to be a derelict? Or what about the job attracts people who are derelicts? All this allegedly, pretty much. I don't know. Fire chiefing seems pretty easy to me. You just boss around a bunch of firemen. Just make sure that somebody, fire chief, you just make sure the Dalmatian's fed and he has fresh water. And you got enough hoses and them wrenches that turn open the fire hydrants. If you're missing one of those, if you get to the fire and the house is burning and somebody said, come on, quick, open up oh, we don't have the wrench. Remember, we lost it last week, or remember, it broke. That's on the fire chief. So you got to make sure you got them wrenches to open the hydrant. The Dalmatian's well cared for. And then, a lot of budget stuff, as Jen Coker pointed out earlier today. I'm sure fire chiefs have to deal with budget issues. Like, we need more money for fire hydrant wrenches. And you can't believe how much this Dalmatian eats a day. You got to go in front of the county commissioners and do your budget every year. If I showed you how much Alpo this dog is putting away, you wouldn't believe it. This is our budget. I'm sure I'm making light of the duties of a fire chief, but yeah, there's something about the job that, what the heck? Mark Hines, he sometimes drops in on a Tuesday, sometimes no. I think Mark thinks Tuesday's optional. At this point, we're going to have to give up on him. He does have a few stories I wanted to talk about, including the issue of making a fence over a creek. Private landowners, when is it considered trespassing? When you're floating water. So obviously, no private individual can own, let's say, the Snake River. Let's say you have property that's riverside property. It butts the Snake River in Wyoming. You don't own the river. Somebody can float by on the river, fly fishing or just floating, And you can't say, get off my land. You don't own the river. You don't own water in Wyoming. That's public. What if it's just a smaller body of water, just a creek? Well, you don't own that either. If it's just some kind of creek floating and someone floats by, you can't say, get off my land. What if it's just a tiny little channel of water that connects one creek to another creek? Just tiny. Do you own that? You're running cows on this spread. The cows, the water is only 5 inches deep. The cows are standing in it, and you don't want the cows to get away, so you fence your land. You fence right over a waterway, a little channel. Now, is that okay? Do you own that water? Technically, you don't own that water. But do you own the land under it? And do you have the right to put up the fence over a channel of water? State statutes are not clear enough. And that's the reason why there's a big butting of heads between landowners in the Pinedale area, in the New Fork River. There's a historic channel that connects Pine Creek with the New Fork River in Pinedale. It's a popular fly fishing spot. And fishermen, anglers, and locals say they've taken kayaks down it. They've taken your high drift boat down it for many years, pursuing trout or whatnot, or just having fun on the waterway. And suddenly a new landowner pops up. And we don't know who they are. All we know is they hide behind an LLC out of Florida. And they're not playing nice. They put up the fence. They don't want to make compromises. The Florida-based River Ranch LLC has been trying to block the channel with rocks and soil on one end. So they've been creating an artificial block and a wire fence on the other. And that is frustrating anglers and boaters, kayakers. This story, by the way, resonating big time on Facebook. It's like the second most commented on story of the Cowboy State Daily on Facebook. A lot of folks angry about large out-of-state landowners who come in and change things and put up fences. And one commenter, I think, wrapped it up nicely. One commenter said, "That's why I always carry wire cutters in the kayak." I like that. That's my solution. I'm looking at a photo of how this channel works. And if you're floating Pine Creek and you want to get to New Fork River, and you've always been able to do it by floating through this little channel, and suddenly the channel has this fence across it, that can be aggravating. Yeah, that can be frustrating. And time for the wire clippers. I think it's an ongoing issue. In this one case, we may not have a solution. Obviously not, as Mark Hines writes. But this one case is symbolic. That's not a word. Symbolic. Symbolic is not a word, is it? Symbolic is the word I want. Let me look it up. Symbolic. I'm sure that's not a word. No. This one case is symbolic of the issue, which will continue to be an issue anywhere in the state where this happens, because from what I understand, state statute is not quite clear enough, too much gray area on what constitutes trespassing when we come to, really small, shallow waterways. Water is water. You can't own it. If the water is moving through your property, you can't own that water. But if somebody comes along in a kayak and gets hung up on your wire fence, so they have to get out of the kayak and step and maneuver through it, are they then trespassing when they step on the on the creek bottom? It's unclear. And the issue needs to be settled and solved in some fashion. What else is happening in the world? More Cowboy State Daily stories, yes, but I always have to scramble for something now because Mark Hines is a no-show. Oh, yeah, I know what I wanted to say. Tup Forge, we talked about her yesterday. She was covered in the Cowboy State Daily. Tup Forge is the Australian woman who won the ranch bronc riding at the Cheyenne Frontier Days. Women are riding rough stock. Women are riding broncs and bulls. That's crazy. Tup Forge was the winner, and Tup said, among other things in the story about her, she was surprised that she won. She was all jet laggy. She came here from Australia where she works on her family's ranch. She landed in Cheyenne and got barely any sleep. Next thing you know, she's on a bronc and she wins it and gets a big buckle. And she said she's got to get back to the ranch, back to Australia to work. But she said while she's here, she didn't want to miss the opportunity to do a few things that are truly Western. She wanted to, I forget now what she said her dream was. She wanted to go see something while she was here. And then she said it was her dream to see a raccoon. Tup Forge said, I've always wanted to see a raccoon. And while I'm here in America, while I'm here in Wyoming, I hope I get to see a raccoon. And I'm thinking, Tup, just come on over to my place. I got 2 raccoons outside almost every morning. They're out there all night trying to get into the bird feed. These 2 bandits. What's so special about a raccoon? Not much, but it was on Tup Forge, her bucket list. She really wants to see a raccoon. Okay. Well, come on over. I got 2 raccoons outside. They'll just pose for you. They'll just stand right there. They have this attitude, these raccoons. They have this look about them is like, what do you want? And where's the food? Even the cat can't deal with it. The cat just stares at him like, Mark Hines also wrote a story about the Colorado Halfway Dome, the world's largest wildlife overpass. I don't know that it's that big. A lot of commenters on Facebook said, how does this become the largest? I thought I saw one in Sweden or somewhere that was big, but $15 million mega structure spans 6 lanes of Interstate 25 south of Denver. When completed, expected to be the world's largest wildlife overpass. For the world's largest for $15 million. And you consider that the overpass for Wyoming, the one they're trying to get done, which is now running up against issues, is way more than that. The project, $15 million price tag, according to CDOT, Colorado Department of Transportation. By comparison, Mark Hines writes, a pending project involving 3 wildlife underpasses and an overpass along a 25-mile stretch of Highway 26 near DuBois carries an estimated price tag of $28 million. So Wyoming says, we can see your wildlife pass and double it. That project, by the way, the DuBois overpass, meant to save hundreds of mule deer killed every year. That construction hopefully will begin in 2027, but the project faces a budget shortfall of about $16 million. So we'll have to wait and see. And the other takeaway from this, Mark Hines says, is wildlife apparently prefer overpasses to underpasses. I don't doubt that. While most animals don't like going into an enclosure, an underpass requires an animal, whether it's pronghorn, deer, elk, to go into a tunnel. It's dark. It's weird. It doesn't feel safe for a wild animal. They'd much rather go over the top of your highway, I would assume. If I can speak on behalf of Wapiti everywhere, I think they'd rather go over than under. We'll be right back with Kevin Meyer, resident cowboy, after these.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that I would never be able to get over it and that my kids wouldn't have a father. I overdosed on heroin and I lived. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. For the longest time, fear held me back from ultimately being who I wanted to. I found the fatherhood program and it was one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. My desire to change had finally outweighed my desire to stay the same. I felt powerless for so much of my life that it's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. For the first time, I finally feel like I'm exactly where I should be, where I want to be.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday. That means Kevin Meyer joins us live from Douglas. Kevin, we got to start with, when did straw hats get so expensive? You can afford one. I don't even have one.
Well, I tell you what, I hadn't worn a straw hat for 20 years because I was living up there in the Tetons, and I was living in the Absarokas, and I was living in the Bighorns, so 80 degrees was a real warm day.
Yeah.
And I moved back down to southeast Wyoming where we'd get 100 degrees. So, yeah, the last straw hat I'd bought was about $20, and I walked into the store, and they're $120, $130, and I thought, now that's more than I usually spend for the felt.
Yes!
So yeah, I guess just the popularity of them or something. But and I always seem to somehow destroy a straw hat on about the second day I own it. So it took me a long time to figure out, but I know if you go to Murdoch's or Tractor Supply or Baumgar or someplace like that, you can find one for around 50, and that's about as low as you're going to get.
Well, yeah, I had the same thoughts. They cost as much as a felt now, and you're right. When it gets a certain temperature, the felts are just too hot. But here's what I saw was straw hats, besides the high prices. They're now doing like 10X, 20X straw hats. Like what? For those who don't know, the X factor in a felt is how much beaver fur is in there as opposed to whatever filler crap they want to make your hat out of. So the higher the X rating, the more you're getting, just the beaver. So it's going to shed water. It's going to be lighter, is better quality. So you get 10X, 20X, you get up to like 100X, and the whole thing, But they're now doing X on straw. What percentage of straw compared to what else? And there's palm leaf, Panama straw hat. Like now we're concerned with the type of straw in a straw hat. Straw is straw. I mean, it's what you stuff the scarecrow with, and it's what you sit on a bale of straw to watch a country band. Like, I paid, so I mentioned this because my favorite straw hat, I left it at Jackson Lake Lodge in Grand Teton National Park in the bathroom.
So what you're telling me is some tourist has taken home a free souvenir from Wyoming, and I'm sure he's telling a story that it's from a bona fide cowboy.
Yeah, it's gone. It wasn't in Lost and Found. It's gone. I think I saw a Wrangler wearing it. Pretty sure. I thought it was a Bailey, but I think it's, and I usually only go with the Stetson. Occasionally I'll do a Resistol if I have to. This is like Ford, Chevy, or Dodge. Your hats, you're very loyal to your hat brand. I might do a Bailey. This was an American. And it was like, I want to say it was like $230 straw hat.
Yeah. Yeah, those American hats are really expensive. They're really good quality, but they're really expensive.
Oh, dude, I feel off. Oh, my goodness. I'm going to have to do like 10 of these shows to earn that money to buy another one.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, I saw you rocking the straws now, so I thought I'd mention that. I was just talking about, before I talk about the overpass, underpass for wildlife, going back a week or so, Sheriff Brian Kozak is resurrecting the mounted patrol for Laramie County Sheriff's Office. He's going to try to get his deputies mounted again and doing some work a horseback. Jackson has a volunteer mounted patrol where you're not a deputized, you're not actually wearing a badge, but you're doing the work of police in a way. I just wanted to talk to you about training a horse for that. Horses can do all kinds of things, man. They can pull a cart, pull a plow. They can do what you have them do, chase cattle. Horses can the rope. They can run barrel. They can do all kinds of jobs, but you got to teach them and get them specialized to that job. What do you have to teach the police horse to do? I mean, that horse is in situations where you would think the horse would freak out.
Well, from talking to some friends of mine that have been involved with training police horses, it's all about desensitizing them to crowds and noise. They have to be real sure-footed because, as you know, riding a shod horse on paved ground is not always that fun of a thing to do. But especially from your old stomping grounds in New York City, you see those horses outfitted in riot gear and trying to do crowd control and whatnot like that, they really have to be pretty stoic and pretty brave. And they spend a lot of time, interestingly, getting those horses to just, as we say in the horse training business, look back up the reins and to not make any moves that the rider doesn't tell them to do. So no matter what's going on around them, they are waiting for the cue from their rider as to what to do next.
I've never heard that term, Kevin, looking back up the reins.
Yeah, and so much of what you do horseback, you want that horse thinking for themselves. And even in the police work, you want them thinking for themselves because they can react to whether it be, a cow or in the rodeo arena or out on the trail. A horse can pick up on things and react to things way quicker than we humans can because you're cutting out the middleman. Think of it like this. I have to see what's going on, then I have to register it, I have to react, and then tell the horse what to do. Well, we can cut me out of it if that horse just knows how to react. But I want a horse that can react like that, but is still waiting for me in case I need him to do something different. And especially in that police work, the horse's first instinct may be to turn left when what the policeman really needs him to do is back up or, quite frankly, run over somebody.
Yeah.
And that's the other part is they're almost like polo horses.
Yeah.
Polo horses have to really be used to banging into each other, or a pickup horse in the rodeo. They have to not be scared of that contact. And that's a lot of police work. And the horse has to understand when they're in a crowd, if someone accidentally bumps into them, to not kick them or strike them, or when a person is being aggressive. And many times they train those police horses to strike at aggressive people. So yeah, it's a long process, and I guarantee you're not going to see any horses in that police force that are under 8 years old. It takes a long time to train one, and you have to figure out if that horse has the right mentality for the job. No different than a policeman. The difference between good policemen and bad policemen is their mentality and their reaction under stress.
Yeah. Keeping cool, keeping calm under pressure. Certainly, you're looking for that in a horse. And when you mention that fine line between wanting a horse to anticipate something because it's going to be quicker and yet still waiting for you to give them the okay to do that something, that, a lot of people who haven't been a horseback a lot don't understand what that is, but that is a fine line. And a lot of times you will get horses where 9 times out of 10, you love the fact that they came up with this idea. You're like, that's exactly right. That's what we do. That's what I wanted. Steve, you read my mind. And 1 time out of 10, you accuse the horse of cheating you. You're like, no, we weren't going to do that. That's, you had that idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And a big part of it, too, is no different than those horses that they have as guard horses over in London at the Palace.
Dude, that is one of my favorite pet peeves, is to watch those videos of the horses, the guard horses at the Palace you mentioned, because people, their tolerance level is through the roof. But every once in a while, they've had enough of people posing selfies with them and yanking on their rein or something, and they'll just bite somebody.
Yeah. And think about how hard it is for a horse to stand in one spot for hours on end, and not going back to the Laramie County Police Department. These horses, not only do they have to be statuesque in a way, when the cop doesn't need anything done, he can't pay attention to his job if he has a horse that's dancing around and fidgety and whatnot. He has to have that horse just stand still, be relaxed for hours.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then be ready to go from 0 to 60 at a moment's notice when the cop needs to do something.
Yeah.
And going back to the Palace horses, I think a lot of those horses, they just get a little bit perturbed and they get tired of people being in their space and picking at them. And so they get even.
Yeah, that reminds me of the Yellowstone bison that, 100 days out of 100, they're as gentle as they can be and they'll tolerate about anything. And then 101st day, bison goring, or those horses do something I watch those videos all the time. It's so funny. I'm like, yeah, that training horses for that. You know, you watch a cowgirl with the American flag at a rodeo, and she's trying to get the horse to stand still through 2.5 minutes of the national anthem. And sometimes she's struggling to hold and trying to, you know, tell the horse, you rein him in, like hold still. And meanwhile, cops in a similar thing have to write somebody out a citation while their horse stands there. They can't be messing around with something like that.
Yeah, and the policemen, they're going to have to get trained up on their horsemanship real well. And it's going to be a little bit different style of horsemanship. So I think it's going to be interesting to see how it works out for them. It's really cool just on the surface level that they're bringing it back. That's very Western. That's very cool.
Yeah.
It will remain to be seen how effective it is, but it will be cool to see mounted cops in Cheyenne again.
Let's make the extension from horse to wildlife both similar in the fact that they don't like to go into dark spaces, enclosed spaces. If we're talking about wildlife, underpasses and overpasses, Mark Hines wrote the story about the Colorado overpass, supposed to be the biggest in the world because it spans 6 lanes of I-25. In the story, Mark mentions that it's been found, probably not surprising, that wildlife, whether it's elk, deer, antelope, prefer to go over a highway rather than under in some kind of tunnel-like situation. Does that make sense from what you've seen of horse behavior?
Oh, it makes complete sense. I've had occasion to try to drive yearling cattle underneath the interstate. And boy, I tell you what, once you get the first couple going, of course, being a herd animal, the rest of them will follow. However, getting those first couple going, boy, that can be a trick. And just about the time you have one that you think is going to be brave enough to step underneath there, 18-wheeler will come by and rattle that overpass, and then you just got to start all over. Obviously, with the wildlife, they're going to get to take their time, and they're already on a historic path that they're used to going on. And since so many of them had no problem jumping the fence and trying to play the old video game Frogger crossing the interstate, I don't think it's going to take much training to go over that overpass. But yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all that wildlife doesn't want to go into some place dark and loud, and that makes complete sense to me. I probably wouldn't want to do it either.
Yeah, anyone who's had a problem horse trailering a horse, you're talking about an animal whose first line of defense is flight. Like if they're scared, they run. So to ask them to go into an enclosure, some scary, dark, tight place, yeah, you're asking them to basically forget, you know, millennial of evolution. Like it doesn't feel right.
Now, I know I've seen a lot of these pictures of a lot of these wildlife overpasses, and they do a real smart thing. I think they plant a lot of trees on top of them. So I think that really helps comfort the wildlife because they can kind of sneak across there. They still think they're in the forest. The trees probably deaden some of that sound and outside stimulation. But then again, like I said, those animals have already shown that they're really not that scared of traffic. So I think it'll work out really good.
To them, it has to feel like what they've been doing anyway, which is crossing the highway and either having some awareness of vehicles or none, you know, depending. And it probably feels like they're doing the same thing, only they're saying, wow, none of us are getting slaughtered here. We're just walking right over the highway like we used to.
Yeah, I made it across with all my friends.
Yeah, the first time ever. Yeah.
Hey, Bob, let's go over to the other side of the interstate. And then he gets over there. Bob?
Right. Yeah. Yeah, they got to be thinking like get across safely. Hey, let's do that again. That was easy. Much easier than it's always been. What? Anything in the news you've been looking at?
Well, I was thinking about what you were just referencing with that lady bronc rider from Australia.
Oh.
And what does that say for us here in America and our wildlife if someone from Australia thinks one of our animals is odd?
Yeah, they have kangaroos.
And they're just as sick of the kangaroos as we are of the raccoons.
Their raccoon is our wombat or something like that. Yeah, it's just whatever you don't get to see. Yeah, I'm not too fascinated with the raccoon, but to see a kangaroo hop by, I might say, wow, that's interesting. I'd like to see a kangaroo.
When I had that kid from Louisiana work for me, the first day we were out checking fences, he saw about 50 head of elk, and he'd never seen an elk, and he thought that was just the neatest, coolest thing. And he told me, I don't think I'll ever get tired of seeing those, boss man. And about 2 weeks later, after we were still fixing fence, he was plumb sick of seeing elk because he knew anywhere he saw an elk, he was going to have to go to work.
He can't even eat elk loin anymore. I'm so sick of them wapiti. Yeah, that's what you're used to. So what do you think about women? I have my opinions about women in man sports, let's say, but I love me women basketball players, WNBA, Caitlin Clark and all them. They're better than men in some ways. I mean, Caitlin Clark makes 3-pointers. Her average 3-pointer is farther away than some of the greatest NBA men 3-pointers. Like, she takes longer shots than they do and makes them. So, yeah, women belong to basketball. But what about boxing? I'm a little freaked out when I see two women beating the snot out of each other. I mean, that usually happens at a Denny's at 2 a.m. And what do you think about women riding rough stock? Are you cool with that?
Yeah, I am. I think it's really cool. You know, I come from a culture where the women have worked beside us and do everything that a man can do. And in a lot of ways, some of those gals are better at riding a bronc than the men because they don't try to overpower them. They just go with them. Now, I'm going to say something that will probably get me in a little bit of trouble, but really it's your show, so you're going to be the one that gets all the feedback.
Uh-oh.
They don't usually have the longevity. It's a little bit harder on their bodies because there is a difference between the men and the women, but while they're riding, they do a heck of a job. And it's really cool to see a lot of these gals because it's really exploded. The women's ranch bronc riding has exploded.
Yeah.
And it's real popular, and some of them are really, really good at it.
Yeah. Well, we were all dazzled by Tup Forge, the Aussie who, she's carrying away a dinner plate size buckle back to Australia for winning the bronc riding at CFD. Yeah. Okay.
And
good
how
stuff.
cool is that she traveled all the way from Australia just to ride at Cheyenne Frontier Days?
Yeah.
That tells you what spot in Western lore and cowboy culture that particular event holds, because all over the world, that is a goal for people to come and not just see it, but they want to ride in it one time.
That's a very good point, Kevin. Look how attractive Cheyenne Frontier Days, the daddy of all, was to somebody down under. Either she just wanted to get away from winter, which they're having winter there now, right? Or she wanted to ride at the Crown Jewel Rodeo here in Cheyenne, Wyoming. Good point. All right, we got to wrap it up. Tuesday.
Hey, you have yourself a great Tuesday, my friend.
Yeah, I'm going to go try to hunt down another straw hat. I feel bare without one.
Well, you might have to put it on a payment plan, but you'll get her done.
I got to buy it in Jackson Hole, so yeah, I got to save my pennies. Thanks, man. Have a good day.
Ya.
Kevin Meyer, the Cowboy State Daily Show. We'll take a quick break and be right back with more after these.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so cute. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. It's time for this day in history. I also wanted to catch up on a few wildfires. It's that time of year. It's that season. We got some that we have contained. We got other new starts, and we got other fires that are somewhere in between. Here's the latest, what we know, the Signal Flats fire that was in Grand Teton National Park, discovered just a few days ago. 8 acres, so just barely anything. That has come under full suppression. Saturday, Teton Interagency Fire Crews in Grand Teton National Park successfully halted the forward progress of the Signal Flats fire near Signal Mountain. Signal Mountain Road remains closed as firefighting operations are mopping up there, but there's one fire out. That's good news. Meanwhile, larger fires in the Casper area are a problem, and a fire near Ten Sleep continues to be a problem. Washakie County fires, largest is the V's fire southeast of Ten Sleep. It's now 4,000 acres, 0% contained. Closer to town, the Tower 2 fire is about 220 acres, half contained. These fires around the 10 Sleep area. The Muddy Fire south of Casper Mountain is, it's only 70 acres, throwing a lot of smoke up, though. It's probably more than 70 acres now. No percent containment on that. And then finally, I'm reading a brand new start just discovered. Teton Interagency Fire Crews responding to the Phillips Fire, which is right here where I am at in Teton County on Teton Pass, the pass between Wyoming and Idaho. It's right on the popular Phillips Bench. It's only, at this point, only a half acre. I mean, that's barely a few trees, but this area is, I mean, heavily used by mountain bikers, hikers, everybody. I mean, if you go up, anyone who's been on Teton Pass, if you go up Teton Pass, beginning from Wilson, Wyoming, and you head up the pass, before you get to the summit, to the top, you'll notice on the right, there's a little road turnoff, and on the left, there's a parking lot. And this time of year, both the parking lot and the little road to the right will have cars parked in the dozens. Like, not unusual to see 30-something vehicles for people who want to access Phillips Bench. Very popular. And it will tell you how important this is to the Bridger Teton National Forest to get this little half-acre fire out. They're throwing approximately 35 firefighters on it. Bridger Teton North Zone Fire Staff is on it. Teton County firefighters are on it. And the Caribou Targhee Helitack crews are on it. All for a half-acre fire. Yeah, they don't want this one going anywhere. And this is almost breaking news. 2 hours ago, the Bridger Teton National Forest put out this release. In the area of Teton Pass, if you see smoke, please do not report it. Authorities are on it and looking to get it put out. Let's take a look at this day in history. This day is July 29. I have, again, as usual, I do not pre-read these, and that's usually half the fun. Silvestre de Escalante and Francisco Dominguez, two Spanish Franciscan priests, on this day leave Santa Fe for a journey through the Southwest. This day in, note the date, 1776. Can you imagine seeing this country back in 1776? That journey from present-day Santa Fe, New Mexico, to eventually the Great Salt Lake. They would ultimately make a round trip of these 1,700 miles in 159 days. Their journey, by the time they completed it, they were so desperately hungry, they ate their horses. Yeah, that's a heck of a trip. Santa Fe, New Mexico to Salt Lake and back in 159 days. That's 1,700 miles. And by the end of that trip, they were eating their horses. Imagine, the trip's wrapping up in New Mexico where it's basically desert. Wow. 1776, this day, they left Santa Fe for the journey. 1872, on this day, first claimed ascent of Grand Teton. It's been in dispute, but the first claimed ascent of the Grand took place 1872 this day. It's Nathaniel Langford and James Stevenson made the claim, but it's been disputed with some feeling they reached a side peak and not truly the top of the Grand. On this day, 1878, Thomas Edison and Henry Draper view a total eclipse of the sun from little old Rawlins, Wyoming. That's pretty neat. Thomas Edison was in Rawlins, Wyoming to see a total eclipse of the sun. This day, 1878. Sir Robert Baden-Powell formed the Boy Scout movement on this day in 1907. It was this day in 1929 that Grand Teton National Park was dedicated. Previously, it was just a monument, became a national park on this day, 1929. And in 2022, I didn't know this, Pete Williams retired from his longtime role as the justice reporter for NBC News. Now, you may not be familiar with the name, but I bet if you saw a picture of this guy, you would recognize him. Long time, whenever they had just a story about justice or legal stuff, they would go to NBC News and say, let's go to Pete Williams on this issue. Williams is from Casper, Wyoming, which I did not know. And it was just 3 years ago on this day that Pete Williams retired from that long role with NBC. Williams, previous to the job with NBC, had a long career that stretched back to radio in Casper. He started off at KATI. From there, he went to K2 Radio and Television. And in 1986, he became a press spokesperson for Congressman Dick Cheney. And then finally went to work for NBC in 1993. So happy retirement to Pete Williams, born in Casper, Wyoming. He retired on this day in 2022. Very interesting. It's this day in history. It's July 29. And this Tuesday in history is wrapping up this hour. Top of the hour news next. We'll be back with more. The Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Thanks for spending your morning with us.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Construction is about halfway done on what Colorado officials claim will be the world's largest wildlife overpass. It's a 200-foot wide, 209-foot long structure spanning 6 lanes of I-25 south of Denver. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that the project is on track to be completed in December.
I spoke with somebody with the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Department, and they said, yeah, it's a bad problem area because you've got quite a lot of wildlife, mostly elk, trying to migrate through that area between summer and winter range. The interstate goes right through the heart of it. So they've seen a lot of collisions and a lot of roadkill there. They said they decided to go with an overpass because, number one, they're more practical. Number two, the animals, the elk, the pronghorn, the deer, seem to like overpasses a little bit more than they like underpasses.
The wildlife overpass will connect 39,000 acres of wildlife habitat on both sides of I-25. The project comes with a $515 million price tag. Well, in a Monday statement, Governor Mark Gordon announced Wyoming Highway Patrol had entered into an agreement to assist U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement while performing their regular duties. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that to date, 5 Wyoming sheriffs have established agreements with ICE, but this is the first Wyoming statewide agency to do so.
With Wyoming Highway Patrol signing on to that, that's significant because that's a statewide agency. It's also under the governor's purview rather than a sheriff elected by a county of 40,000 or so people. And it's just part of really a snowball effect of more and more Wyoming agencies agreeing to work with ICE. And the federal agency itself now has so much funding that it's seeking to expand its footprint in Wyoming in other ways.
In a comment to Cowboy State Daily, the American Civil Liberties Union of Wyoming said this move turns the Wyoming Highway Patrol into an extension of the federal government, which they say, quote, puts politics over the best interests of Wyoming. The former director of a domestic violence help center in Lusk is facing a felony theft charge on claims she stole more than $65,000 from the nonprofit group while running it and used a secret debit card linked to its account. The lone theft charge against 46-year-old Sabrina Cruz rose last week to the felony-level Niobrara County District Court. Cruz is accused of stealing money from the Helpmate Crisis Center and Crime Victim Assistance Program in Lusk. The Wyoming Division of Criminal Investigation started investigating the allegedly missing money in July 2024 and probed the issue for months. An internal audit had discovered thousands of dollars siphoned from the Helpmate bank accounts via ATM withdrawals. The charge against Cruz carries a maximum penalty of 10 years in prison and $10,000 in fines. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
Well, a fight over whether river floaters have the right to use a natural water channel connecting Pine Creek and the New Fork River near Pinedale has apparently hit a stalemate. Floaters and anglers both use the channel to move between Pine Creek and the New Fork River. Both are popular for trout fishing. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that some locals allege a new property owner has been trying to put up new barriers across the water passage, which they believe isn't allowed.
I've gotten a little bit of feedback from the Army Corps of Engineers, which is the primary jurisdictional agency there. They said they're looking into it, and it would, in fact, be a violation of their policies if somebody were to deliberately block a floatable waterway. It still seems to be kind of a stalemate there. We could see these sorts of things cropping up more in Wyoming. We're seeing a lot of people buy up more riverside properties. At the same time, we're seeing a lot more people take to floating, or floating just for fun, or floating to fish, or however.
The situation is further complicated by the increasing number of watercraft options to meet growing interest in floating. Smaller watercraft means the boundaries of what's considered floatable water are being stretched. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh, gosh, she dressed funny. But we're talking the same thing. Mm-hmm. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday, rolling along. We have Mary reaching out on Facebook saying, what was the deal with the highway closure from Graybold to Burgess Junction yesterday? I believe we're talking about, I'm pretty sure that was the same incident that Park County Sheriff's Office 11 hours ago posted on their socials saying the highway is now back open as of 6:30 this morning. But yes, last night, the Grable Highway, that's Highway 14, 16, 20, closed at mile point 58 for what Park County Sheriff's Office is saying was a serious law enforcement incident. That's all we know at this time. I'm sure Claire McFarland or Dale Killingback or somebody from the Cowboy State Daily will be digging into this, find out a little bit more if we can. Multiple agencies were involved. Cops were asking, please avoid the area at the time. No threat to the public, they said during that closure, yet they closed that stretch of highway, some kind of major deal going down, and we still don't know anything more about it other than that. So there's your answer, Mary, but not quite filled with details. But yeah, there was a lot of people, a lot of commenters remember seeing a chase involve police vehicles chasing after someone. So maybe we'll figure out what exactly happened. Cowboy State Daily reporters will likely be on it. But that's what we know. What else? Oh, I thought, well, Renee is supposed to be here, but maybe following the footsteps of Mark Hines, it's going to be a no-show for Renee as well. What is it about today? I don't know. We were wondering, what is it about the job of fire chief that causes people to go criminal, allegedly? What is it about the job of executive director of, let's say, a nonprofit or some, organization that causes the executive director to allegedly pilfer from their own organization or skim a little off the top? How many times have you seen the bookkeeper of an organization, whether it's like 4-H or the local hockey club or whatever, like the bookkeeper or the ED is caught funneling money off the top or whatever the correct terminology is? It seems to happen a lot. And I'm just saying it seems to be almost always women. And I don't know why. And I'm not saying, whatever. It's almost always men that go on mass shootings. So whatever. I'm not trying to profile, but just about every single time I see somebody accused of siphoning off money from whatever their organization was, it's almost always a woman. Former Lusk Domestic Violence Center director accused of stealing $65,000 from her operation. It's Sabrina Cruz. She had a secret debit card linked to the center's account that nobody knew about. And now we get Renee joining the room. So we have to interrupt this thought and this story in order to get Renee Jean onto the scene. It's Jean on the scene. Oh, that's a new segment. We got to start using that. All right. I've invited Renee. She might have some funky internet. Maybe that's the issue. Okay. Let's get into the Zoom room. Internet issues, Renee?
Yeah, evidently.
Okay. Well, Jackie had real sketchy internet earlier, so it must be something going around on a Tuesday. Let's talk about Dan Starks, our buddy who started that National Museum of Military Vehicles outside of Du Bois. What a great guy. He's been so generous with his money. I'm glad you had a story about him visiting Iwo Jima. I didn't realize they don't open that island to just anybody all the time.
Yeah, it's like one day a year and like one, maybe two flights that ever go to that island in a given year. It's largely, the order of priority is people who served in the military, who were at Iwo Jima, veterans. But of course, we're losing a lot of those veterans. There aren't very many of them anymore. And so now it's kind of opened up a little more to like families of veterans, people who had someone who served in World War II. Dan Stark's father, I don't think he fought on the island, but he was there at some point, standing on Mount Suribachi. He mentions it in a letter how he threw some rocks over into the volcano. And so Dan got to kind of retrace his dad's footsteps on Iwo Jima. I thought it was a very interesting presentation that this guy made. He's like the director of the association that flies these people in and that kind of tries to keep that history alive. Of course, Dan, you know, that's his mission. He's trying to keep that World War II history alive, make sure that people understand why we won World War II. And so he brought this guy to Du Bois to share some of that history. It was really cool and interesting. They talked about the flag raising on Iwo Jima. Of course, that's that famous photo. There was controversy around that photo, and some of the people were misidentified. And only like 2016 even had still been misidentified. The FBI got involved in correcting the identities of those service members who raised that flag. And I did get several emails from people asking about, you know, well, my book, Flags of the Father, or my book, this and that, has it as somebody different. And that is the case that, you know, the FBI got involved to verify identities, and some of the identities were changed. Some of them were not the correct identity.
Yeah, how dare readers question Renee Jean? She's got her facts straight. She's got the absolute latest.
No, I mean, it's not like I can't make a mistake. I make mistakes all the time. But so, you know, I thought that was a pretty interesting bit of history, and that, you know, they felt it was important enough that the FBI got involved in re-identifying some of the people in that photo. But the coolest thing to me, Jake, was just how hard it is to get around on Iwo Jima. They talk about the black sands of Iwo Jima and like books about World War II. Well, it's not sand at all. Sand you can walk on top of. It's volcanic ash. And when you walk in that, it's a little like walking in a grain silo, wet grain, wet coffee grounds. You sink.
Ooh.
And, you know, it's sucking on you the whole time, every step you take. It's very hard to get around. And then the other thing that about the island is it's hot. It's active volcanic activity there. And it's like 120 degrees coming up through the soles of your shoes. So you're like cooking and you're stuck. And just think about being on that beach and having a bunch of people shoot at you.
Oh, man.
You can't go anywhere, and you've got this heavy equipment. The Japanese laid a death trap there on the shores of Iwo Jima for the troops that landed there. And it wasn't just Marines. There were members of the Army, 147th were there. There were Seabees there. So a lot of different divisions participated. It was mostly Marines. But so, you know, they're landing on this beach, and the Japanese general has had his troops dig underground tunnels. So nobody realized that. We spent days bombing the island. We had the Navy come in and do even bigger bombs, and we killed not one single Japanese soldier in that whole day's worth of bombardment. Those guys were digging, trying to connect with tunnels in Mount Suribachi. Mount Suribachi would have been like an impenetrable fortress. We would have still taken that island, but we would have cost many more thousands of lives. And they were about a month away from connecting with those tunnels. So any delay could have, you know, been a game changer there for the Japanese. The Japanese army, General Kurubayashi, told his men, don't fire a single shot until I tell you to. He wanted as many American soldiers to land on that mucky beach that was sucking everyone and holding them in place, he wanted as many of them to land as possible. And the way they had positioned everything, the guns are just all trained right in that area where the troops were landing. So it was the casualty rate on Iwo Jima was one of the bloodiest battles of the World War II. And that's why.
Yeah, death toll estimated at more than 27,000 Americans and Japanese combined on what is called, in Japanese, the island of sulfur. What was the strategic importance of this stupid island? Do you know?
Yeah, there are some who argue we could have skipped over Iwo Jima, but I don't think so, because this was in the direct flight path from Saipan and Tiananmen, direct flight path where we would fly over to get to Japan. So the invasion of Japan, Iwo Jima strategically taught us the Japanese don't surrender. They have this code, the Bushido Code. The samurai warriors are taught, integrity, honesty, courage, all of those great virtues, but they're also taught that they should prefer death to dishonor. And so to surrender would be to commit an act of dishonor. They would rather die. So Iwo Jima was, kind of an example of that. And the casualty rate was very, very high. Looking at Japan, 4 million some odd soldiers, I think. And I don't know how many, I can't remember off the top of my head the numbers, so I probably didn't say that right. But just think about magnifying that by millions. You had like 70,000 American troops landing on Iwo Jima, 20,000 Japanese. The casualty rate there was very high. Just multiply that by millions. That was a big factor in President Truman's decision to drop bombs on Nagasaki and Hiroshima and to tell the Japanese, if you don't surrender, we're going to wipe out your country. And so because of that, the emperor himself personally got on the airwaves and told his men, we have to do the unthinkable here. We have to endure the shame of surrendering in order to save his country. So I think that's really very interesting history, and it's something we shouldn't forget about. That's kind of what Dan Stark's museum is all about, is remembering this history. Those who forget their history are doomed to repeat the mistakes of the past, right? So I'm glad I got to tell this story on the 80th anniversary of the Battle of Iwo Jima.
Absolutely. Dan Starks, he's going to make sure that nobody forgets. And yeah, cool story, Renee. Great story about Alf. Alf was on the show prior to his trip with the Thunderbirds. And
he was?
Yeah, we had him on, and he said he was so excited. He admitted that he hadn't slept the night before. Like, he was so excited to ride with the Thunderbirds, do a ride along. And I said, just in fun, I said, how you think you're going to hold up pulling those G's? And he's like, I just hope I don't throw up. He would be embarrassed if he had to puke, He pulled 9 G's up there with the Thunderbirds. Woo!
Yeah, this was a fun story to do, Jake. And I thought it was telling it. Brian Grigorchik, we call him Alf because of his last name. It's a little hard to pronounce. When you look at it, it looks a little bit like alphabet soup. So in the military, he's a 25-year Air Force veteran. So in the military, they just kind of took one look at that and said, alphabet.
Yeah.
Shortened it to Alf. And so, that nickname is stuck. He's been known as Brian is Alf ever since. He owns a bar called Alf's Place. He's all in on this little nickname. I thought it was telling, though. He said he was planning celebratory drinks after the flight, and he wasn't going to make that. He needed a nap instead.
Yeah.
And this story, I think, will make people appreciate more than ever what these Thunderbird pilots do, what they go through on a basically daily basis to be pilots of these F-16 fighting Falcons. These jets can go up to 9 Gs. The jets are 9G capable, but humans are not. We can withstand about 4 to 5 Gs, normally without any assist. And so to get them the rest of the way to 9 Gs, they do some things. It's all based in science. They start with an inclined seat. Think about this. When you got gravity pushing down on you, vertical is the worst. That's going to be the most effort to pump blood back up into your brain. So they incline the seats a little to ease off on that. That adds about a half a G just having an inclined seat. So it's not just because they're in the Air Force and they're zoomies and they like comfortable seats. There's actually a scientific reason why they do that. The other factor is the suits that they wear. They have what they call a G suit. And these G suits have inflatable bladders of air. And when the aircraft starts to pull some Gs, when it gets up over 3 Gs, that suit, those bladders will inflate and they'll start to squeeze on your legs. And what that's doing is helping push blood back up into, keep it from pooling in your feet. That's kind of automatic. You don't have to think about that. Well, that adds another 2.5 G. So where are we at now? We're at about 7.5 Gs now. We need another 1.5 in order for this pilot to be able to fly this plane at 9 Gs without passing out. What happens if he passes out? Well, crash and burn, probably. Along with the other 3 planes that are flying in that formation, or however many planes. So not passing out is like mission critical. The thing they do to get that 1.5, they have a special squeezed and breathe technique. They're going to squeeze their thighs and buttocks so hard that it's making the veins pop out in their head. And that further helps push that blood up. And then there's a special breathing technique. It'll sound like a hard K in the back of your throat. And what they're doing there is they're expelling just a tiny bit of air and very quickly drawing that air back in to get a little more oxygen so that they can last through that 9G turn. So think about that. There they are. If they're doing all these aerial maneuvers that are making us all gasp, and that is what they are doing to get through some of those higher G, 9G turns.
Incredible. I'm squeezing my butt right now, to send blood to my brain so I don't pass out listening to you talk about this. It's amazing what the pilots have to do just to endure. And then imagine they're also having to fly very tight formation. Like, holy cow. Alf said that he never felt anything like it. He felt like my body was sucking in on itself. And he was warned by the pilots, don't be thinking you're going to party after. This is going to take a lot out of you. It sure did.
Yeah. I saw he posted on Facebook that he wasn't going to make it after all. He needed a little bit of a nap.
Yeah. I don't blame him. All right. Well, that'll do it. We'll talk later in the week about your other stories and yeah.
Okay.
Good stuff, Renee. Have a great day.
Bye-bye now.
Renee Jean on the scene and talking about our buddy Alf who went up with the Thunderbirds. They have one of the Thunderbird planes is a 2-seater basically, and you fly behind the pilot. And the pilot actually turned the controls over to Alf briefly and he said, "Don't try anything." But what an experience to go up with the Thunderbirds, the ace pilots, the greatest pilots in the world. And he did that during Cheyenne Frontier Days as they practiced for their Friday show. Really cool. That's an experience he'll never forget, and he'll never tire of telling that story. Alf, he's a larger-than-life kind of guy. He'll be telling that story for a long time. Let's take a quick break of the Cowboy State Daily Show. We'll be right back. To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story will crow about Crowheart and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Kimmer, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker, new from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. And this place that I call home.
Come on along. It's a Tuesday. Happy to have you with us on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Just before Renee joined us, we were talking about this Claire McFarland story in the Cowboy State Daily. Former Lusk Domestic Violence Center director accused of stealing $65,000 from the group. This is Sabrina Cruz, who is no longer running the Domestic Violence Center. She's under investigation. Still don't know about the total money, but it looks like $65,000. Here's how it happened that Sabrina was caught. Her actions were caught, and this is all still, of course, alleged. The lone theft charge against Sabrina Cruz, 46-year-old out of Lusk, rose to felony level Niobrara County District Court. She's accused of stealing some $65,000 mostly by using a debit card that nobody knew was attached to the account. But here's how she was found out. Back in July of 2024, a new board member got on to the Domestic Violence Center that we're talking about. It's the Helpmate Crisis Center and Crime Victim Assistance Program in Lusk. A new board member got on, and the new board member, Desiree Lelou, began asking into their executive director. For one thing, she said, do you know your executive director has reportedly missed a deadline to file grant reimbursement paperwork back in March of 2024? And I can tell you, as a former executive director, you know, that kind of paperwork shuffle stuff is important. And if you miss deadlines, if you fail to file, like IRS, taxes, you know, whatever it is, that's a majority of your work as an executive director, is to make sure the paperwork's in order. And the supposed missing of a grant paperwork deadline caused Cruz to be removed from her position that year, later in 2024. So the new board member gets on, says, Cruz missed this deadline and we ought to look into some more stuff. They fire her, and Lelou starts reviewing the group's financials. And it wasn't long before she found thousands of dollars missing, siphoned from Helpmate's bank accounts, and most of these were ATM withdrawals. So that led Lelou to saying she's got a debit card. How did that happen? Nobody knew of this debit card. Police got involved. DCI special agent met with Lelou, and DCI was able to find out that some of these alleged ATM withdrawals using a debit card happen from locations like a bar or a gambling business. Well, that doesn't sound like doing the business of Helpmate necessarily. Sounds like somebody's just making withdrawals to buy another round, allegedly, supposedly. Sabrina Cruz in a bit of trouble, aside from some $60,000 of, I think it's total of the numerous ATM transactions, which occurred from April of 2021 to March 2024, so over a 3-year span. There were numerous ATM transactions totaling $61,472.74. In addition to that, there was a one-time debit card used at a suspicious point-of-sale purchase amounting to $3,579.17. So, yeah, totaling, you've got felony level stuff. Activity, a lot of these ATM withdrawals came at locations involving gambling and the sale of alcohol. No comment from Cruz, who's looking at possible punishment of, what did Dale say this could amount to? He has it in here somewhere now. I've lost track of it. Maximum penalty of 10 years in prison, $10,000 in fines. All right. That story from Dale Killingback is in the Cowboy State Daily. Why are all these doves dropping dead in Rock Springs? And what's the difference between a dove and a pigeon, basically? I'm looking at photographs in this story. I'm looking at photographs of doves. Doves are great. I love doves. I got no problem with doves. Doves are the symbol of peace, right? I'm not sure why. Must be doves are very peaceful. Doves are also the bird of choice for magicians, right? whenever they need to pull a bird out of a hat. I think they like to use the dove, probably because it's real peaceful. Holds still in the hat. I don't know. But I look at a picture of the dove, and to me, it just looks like a pretty pigeon, which do not have, are not nearly the status symbol of a dove. That's for sure. If you ever lived in a big city, the pigeon is no dove. I'll tell you that. Ask any statue whether it has any love for a pigeon or a dove. Probably not. A dove is just a winged rat in big cities. Or a pigeon is just a winged rat. I mean, they're everywhere. They scrounge. They're useful in that they'll eat garbage, of which there's no short supply in big cities. But to me, I'm looking at a dove and it just looks like a pretty pigeon. But anyway, doves are dropping dead in Rock Springs. Nobody knows why. Dozens of doves, according to the Wyoming Game and Fish spokesperson Regina Dixon. She said, I don't have an exact number, but we're talking about more than 30 that we know of. And we got a lot more calls coming in. Rock Springs, doves dropping dead. Lifeless dove. It's happening in the Tree Streets area of Rock Springs. I'm not familiar. But dozens of doves found dead, mostly within a tight radius in Rock Springs known as the Tree Streets. These must be streets with trees on them. What's killing these doves? Yeah, we do have an answer in this story. We're not going to just propose a sci-fi scenario. This sounds scary and leave you with nothing. It's apparently a virus, not bird flu. So don't go off. Don't get crazy. It's not bird flu. It's not avian flu, but it is an avian virus called avian paramyxal. Oh, geez. Why can't the medical world name stuff normal and stop using ancient Greek language? A virus called avian paramyxal virus. Yeah, whatever. This virus is not believed to be transmittable to humans. In other words, this particular strain is not zoonotic. There is no concern at this point for zoonotic transmission, says Liz Wheeler. She's a disease biologist with Game and Fish. Still, boy, it sounds like something they would have been told us back in Wuhan, right? There's no way this disease can jump from animal to human. Until it does. Stupid doves. The initial testing for avian influenza came back negative. There was a concern for potential of human exposure, but according to Liz Wheeler, disease biologist at Game and Fish Wildlife Health Lab, she said this appears to be avian paramyxal, whatever it is, which is no known transmission from birds to human. Unless, of course, we're talking Newcastle disease. Liz Wheeler admitted some strains of this virus that they detected, like Newcastle's disease, can severely impact poultry. But so far, the doves they tested, the dead doves in Rock Springs, initially tested negative for this more virulent form, this Newcastle disease. So far, no indications this is avian flu, no indications this disease that's killing the doves can jump to humans, and no indication it can jump to chickens or anything else so far. But we do know we got at least 30 dead doves in Rock Springs, and it's a virus. Weird. What are we doing? We didn't rodeo yet. Let's rodeo. I think, no, I'm not ready. Stand by. I got to get myself prepared for rodeo. Western Ag Network, just about daily, we try to run the Rodeo Roadshow with Will Rasmussen, informing us on what's going on in the world of rodeo. Right now, it is height of rodeo season, right? Cheyenne Frontier Days just wrapped up. We do have all the winners, including Wacy, the bull rider. I'll recap Cheyenne Frontier Days because I fear Will has not gotten there. But let's find out. Western Ag Network, Rodeo Roadshow.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen, headed to Great Falls, Montana, the Montana State Fair and the Big Sky Pro Rodeo for 4 nights. Cheyenne Frontier Days just concluded Sunday afternoon, a great short round championship round. The winners of the Daddy of them all coming up on the Roadshow. Stay close.
It's an incredible time to be in the cattle business, and if you have calves, yearlings, bred cattle, and pairs to sell, Superior Livestock Auctions Bighorn Classic in Sheridan, Wyoming, August 18th through the 22nd is where to do it. True price discovery and over 6,500 active buyers allows Superior to sell your cattle for top dollar. And folks, that just makes dollars and cents. The consignment deadline for Superior's Bighorn Classic is August 1st. So contact your local Superior rep today or visit superiorlivestock.com.
Looking for tough, long-lasting stock tanks? Go fiberglass with Western Ranch Supply. Our non-rust, corrosion-free livestock water tanks are built to last forever. No more replacing rusted-out metal tanks. Choose from round, rectangular, or oblong styles in many sizes, all at competitive prices. Get yours today at Western Ranch Supplies, Billings, or Great Falls locations, or have them delivered right to your ranch.
In the bareback riding, Cade Berry from Weatherford, Texas sets an arena record with 93.5 points on Sunday in the Cheyenne Sunshine. Cade Berry wins the bareback riding. Tyke Kip from New Mexico, the steer wrestling winner. Former world champion Aaron Sinigini and another former world champion Jeremy Bueller from Canada, Sinigini from Arizona, win the team roping event. In the saddle bronc riding, Hillsdale, Wyoming, right near Cheyenne, Brody Kress, the Wyoming boy, for the 4th time. Nobody has ever won Cheyenne for 4 times, and Brody Kress, the Wyoming kid, does it in the saddle bronc riding the Black Tide and 91 points. In the tie-down roping, it does my heart good to see 42-year-old Tyson Durfee, another former world champion, win the tie-down roping. The breakaway roping, Gilbert, Arizona's Danielle Lohman, Lisa Lockhart, the great one from Ulrich, South Dakota, wins the barrel racing event. And there is Quinn Anderson from Australia in the top 10, the number 1 rookie in the Rookie of the Year race, wins the bull riding event. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. Now, back to the show.
Well, lo and behold, it looks like Will Rasmussen did cover Cheyenne Frontier Days. Doesn't sound like he was there. He said under the Cheyenne sunshine. That's hard to say. Under the seashells gathered at the seashore, under the Cheyenne sunshine. There wasn't a whole lot of sunshine in Cheyenne. It rained like a son of a gun for a lot of those rounds. But you heard the recap, the all-around Jake Clay. Our own Wyoming saddle bronc rider, Brody Kress, with that 91 ride on the Black Tie. Woo! Way to go, Brody. How about Lisa Lockhart barrel racing. Lisa turned in a scorching 17-second run on the final day, I think, in the barrel racing to lock that up. Yeah, it was a fun Cheyenne Frontier Days, and yeah, it sounds like Will Rasmussen did wrap it up for us. Okay. Good job, Will. What was I moving on to? I'm going to take a break to wrap things up, and we'll get to the final remaining stories I haven't covered, which I'm pretty much... It feels like I've got to everything I wanted to. There's a couple oddball national stories that aren't necessarily Wyoming. Oh, I know what I have. I have exciting news out of Sublette County, positive news. And I have Wyoming Game and Fish with their 2024 law enforcement report. Everything Wyoming Game and Fish law enforcement did in 2024, last year. That'll be fun to get to. It just sort of reminds me of the work of Joe Pickett in the CJ Box series. We got to reach out to CJ, get him on the show. I'm going to tell him that Craig Johnson's been on twice. That should motivate the other Wyoming author to get on the show. CJ, back when I tried to hit him up, said he had family in town. He was super busy, but hopefully we can get him on the show here real quick. CJ Box. We'll tell you what Joe Pickett and his cohorts have been up to at Game and Fish. He and his fellow wardens right after this final break on a Tuesday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Back to the studio. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
Yeah, we continue. Cowboy State Daily Show. Here's what we're looking at. Wyoming Game and Fish released their annual law enforcement report for 2024 statewide. Here's what Wyoming game wardens were up to last year. For one thing, they cover a lot of ground. Wyoming game wardens last year patrolled over 600,000 miles. And I bet you ask any game warden and they could tell you, oh yeah, I put the miles on the green truck. In 2024, they took 3,102 law enforcement actions, including citations for hunting violations, etc. The overview, despite a slight increase in total violations, reduced hunter numbers and harvest success led to fewer violations during the hunting patrols. We see summaries from all the different regions: Jackson, Cody, Sheridan, Green River, Laramie, Pinedale, Casper, Lander. And yeah, last year, 235 tips were received from members of the public, and these tips led to 28 citations and 16 warnings issued to violators. So your tips to the tip line are always useful. Slight increase in total violations, 3,102. That's up from just under 3,000 in 2023, but several wardens reported fewer violations during hunting patrols. Wyoming Game and Fish numbers out for 2024. Hey, big thank you to Jonah Energy. How nice. You know, sometimes oil and gas gets a bad rap, in particular by conservation groups and wildlife advocates. But energy companies do great things for communities. You just ask down in Pinedale what Jonah Energy has meant to Sublette County and Pinedale in general. And it wouldn't be the same Pinedale without Jonah. Jonah Energy stepped up big time. Sublette County was looking for a new ambulance, as they say in the South. They have this one rickety ambulance in Sublette County, which still is awaiting their first official hospital. It's the only county in Wyoming without a hospital. They have a clinic or two, like but not a full-blown hospital. And of course, one is underway. Fundraising is complete, I believe, and they're looking to build a hospital. But until then, you've got Sublette County EMS running people all over the place in one old rickety ambulance. And this ambulance has been in service since 2001. Wow. Can you imagine still driving your vehicle here in 2025? 24-year-old vehicle? There's over 294,000 miles on it. Sublette County was looking to put that thing into retirement and buy a new one, but ambulances are expensive. For instance, the State Loan and Investment Board, known as SLIB, put up $119,000 plus, $119,639 in grant support. So you got grant money towards the new Sublette County ambulance to the tune of almost $120,000, but you're still not there. You still can't afford a modern day ambulance with that. Then they turned to mineral royalty grant program. Oh, sorry, that was the mineralty. Then they turned to the Sublette County Health Foundation. The foundation was able to raise an additional $150,000. So now you've got $270,000 in hand, in pocket, and you go to the ambulance company or wherever they sell ambulances. I don't know. And you say, we got $270,000. Can we get an ambulance? And they say, well, that's not going to cover it. What do you think? You're buying a fire truck? You can't buy an ambulance for that. You're going to need another $100,000. Holy cow. An ambulance costs $370,000. So they're $100,000 short. And guess who stepped up in the gap? Jonah Energy. What a powerful statement. What an investment in community, an investment in health and safety. Yeah, Jonah Energy come up with $100,000 to allow Sublette County to buy a new ambulance. That is cool. Brian Rieger, CEO of Jonah, said, Jonah Energy is proud to support the dedicated EMS professionals who serve our communities. Nothing more essential than emergency medical services in a rural area like ours. Amen. Jonah Energy. We get this story, by the way, from the Pinedale newspaper. Pinedale Online is where we're seeing it. So that's super good news. Good for them. Good for Jonah to step in and help buy an ambulance that now we learn costs $370,000. I mean, I know that it basically is a rolling hospital. It has to have a lot of things in it, but still, $370,000 for an ambulance seems high. Let's go back to Wyoming Game and Fish. They announced that they're doing some stocking of some front country and back country lakes outside of Dubois and Lander. This initiative will include lakes in the Shoshone National Forest. This summer, more than 16 high-altitude lakes will be stocked with more than 40,000 fingerling trout. Also include kokanee salmon. So good job. Stocking high country lakes, game and fish, busy, busy, busy. When they're not arresting hunters doing violations, they're stocking lakes. Yeah. Hey, we're out of time. We got to scoot. We'll see you again tomorrow, same time with the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.